Sorry. Hi, Herr Bothan. What's up, Brink GG? It didn't strike me at first that the new job money was like you got the job. I was thinking, new job? What new job of mine are you talking about? Like, congrats on getting the job. I think that got us up to speed. You guys also got to see, if you were watching, the live light come on. It turns out I can get just enough footage of the now live light to turn on when I have the stream going. Maybe. It'll be at the very beginning of stream. You can see that light boop, boop, come on. That one's going to be important. I'm going to make a housing for that one. And we got this thing. This is a little bit much. Oh. I should move that. I need to clean everything. I went to the range on Wednesday. That's just why that stuff is out there. I'm just staging it. Although if I move it, you guys can see something else. So I'll move it and you guys will see something else. Oh, no, never mind. It's covering everything. Well, there's an MP5 with a suppressor sitting over there. Look at that solenoid. Well, the point of this scene is to see how many emotes I have. Look at how many of them there are. I am going to be finding these things behind desks and stuff probably for the rest of my life. You landed the job, started Monday. That's why you've been in stream so little the past few weeks. Hey, I support that wholly and completely. That's amazing. Congratulations. Bop, bop, bop. Look at how many of those things I have. Like, what? And there's still a box, the original box that they shipped in, filled with them to the top. Good times. We need to do something with the Node-RED stuff. I need to build in a while live thing. I don't quite know how to do that. Properties of a message flow, container, global context, function, switch. Like, this is maybe a little too chill. This may be too chill. This is like catatonic, not chill. We'll go with a slightly later one. All right, so how do I do hype electro house EDM hard style? No. It's too distracting. I need it to be in the background. I mean, like, so how do I make it? That's OBS connection, but that's not whether or not, that's whether or not I have OBS open and it's connected. Ah, that's a tough joke to get through. You know what they say about ones and zeros, right? That's bullshit. Bullshit. I can't even say it right. I messed the joke up. I messed the joke up. I messed it up. OBS event, OBS request. I can make the flow request OBS status. And then what? Like, do I do a switch so that if it's not live, that doesn't make sense. Hold on. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something. I got to think about the logic of this. Do I do like a variable? Set something, set a variable. sequence, parse, storage. I'm not going to write file. That's not quite what I'm looking for. Yeah, I may need to figure out a little bit more about how Node-RED works. Or append whether or not I'm live to this flow. But then it needs to check. It would need to check with the OBS instance, whereas I'm already checking on the other page. So down here, this one, if my status, I wonder if I could check whether bulb 1 is, check bulb 1 status and see if that's, so if I take, light, server, bulb 1, Happy Pi Day. Is that, oh, it's today, okay. Oh, that's the 15th, jeez. Oh no, I set the date for the 15th because that's tomorrow. Today is Pi Day, yeah, that's right. Happy Pi Day. See, I don't think this is going to communicate anything outwards. If I put a debug on that. I'm not going to do this right now. I'm not doing this right now. I don't know what I'm doing. And this, I don't know, everything works kind of right now, so we're just going to leave it alone. We'll add stuff to it a little later today in order to run the little breadboard that I have. But I don't want to sit here and work on the flow right now. Things work right now, and I've got the on-air light working as well. I was just seeing if I could get the status of that light. I don't really know how. Maybe I need to trigger it with a flow, and it would throw out an error though. That's what it would do. So it wouldn't give me its status. I don't know if I can check on its status. Oh wait, give me that pop-up again. Input simple mode, input commands, input topic mode, input object, outputs. The node will send an object in the format on true false. Bright 62, CT color, blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. So it can have an output for each of the values. So wait, what? Huh? Serve bulb 1. You can set the output. I don't know how to do that. But then what would do I trigger it? Oh, I don't think that's right. Oh, I've got, yeah, everything's active. Okay, good. All right. Sorry, just checking. I got like anxiety today. I don't know what the deal is. I feel like I'm not doing something important. I have a LAN party this weekend though, so I'm not doing a Saturday stream. We'll do something with Julian soon on a Saturday. All right, let's take a look at debug. And we're looking at debug messages. And I'm going to see, we turn this one off, just clear it. Deploy this. That's going to reset all of the stuff, but undo the debug on that. Yeah, LAN party. It should be fun. I get to actually test out the handheld thing. See, I just get an error out of it. So how do I make it tell me what's going on? If I send, okay, so I go over here and I send it something just through one of these. Tell toggle get stream status. I don't get anything out of the light. So how do I make you tell me what's going on? Is it these things? Command topic prefix, default command, start topic, stat topic prefix, telemetry topic prefix, tele. All right. Actually, wait, what are we sending it? What are we sending it normally? Message payload set to the value, and then it's the one in curly braces. So if I send it curly braces tele, and then where was the help status? I'm easily amused. I know, everybody is. Everybody is. Alias state, alias state, alias. Wait, so do I need to say, I don't think I need to give it that. One true, bright 75, outputs, payload. The node will send an object in the format on, status, bright, etc. Color can be configured to the format you like. You can also configure the node to have up to 4 outputs. Switch sensor, etc. Use more than one node on the same device. Oh, switch sensor, etc. So would it? No, it doesn't have a sensor in it. That's not what I'd use. How do I get it to output? That's what I'm wondering. Oh, this is a weird song because there's people like whispering on it. Well, they said tele, so maybe if I just send it tele, it'll give back telemetry. Why are there so many messages here? I thought I cleared this. So deploy that. I don't know where all these are coming from. Is there a debug that I left on? Weird. Syntax error, unexpected token E in JSON at position 1. What? Topic be bulb 1? Oh. Yeah, we just set message payload to be power on. Oh, it's in quotes. Whoopsie daisy. Oh my god. This song sucks. I hate this song. But we have to suffer through it because we don't actually have I don't have the ability to skip on SoundCloud. True, false, 1 and 0, on, off, or toggle. No, but I want the status. I want to check the status. Ah, you bastard. They just, like in the help, they just seem to assume that I know what to send it in order to get it to give a command back out. Or maybe I need to give it a valid command and then it'll spit it back out, which doesn't really help us. Yeah, I don't know how I can do a... What I'm trying to do is if I'm live, I want messages to go through to the fart box, but if I'm offline, I want them to be stopped. And I don't quite know if I can do that. Yeah, I don't need the big debug right now. I can always create any of the statuses that I need. So I'm just going to keep that one. Well, let's just get rid of it. Get that out of there. Get all the debugs out of this code. I don't need constant printouts. Prints out. I guess that one I'll just leave off. Back to work. Well, thanks for hanging out, Brig GG. Sorry there's not anything more exciting for you right now. We're just starting out, letting people get in here. So thank you for subbing. Oh, yeah, that's my debug for HTTP for getting YouTube. All right, so there's that. I'm going to deploy that. Grab new events and ready. There we go. That's all good to go. And then the bulb is currently red status. Okay, that's correct status. Okay. Oh, that's right, because I put in a node that sends out a toggle 1 second after I deploy. Just so that it can reconfigure itself and get back in. That doesn't really work. This thing came in the mail. A little beefier than I thought it would be. I don't know if this is what it takes to chuck an emote at my face with any sort of gusto. I guess we'll be using it. But I can just have this kick like a piece of plastic or something like that. In like a hopper. We can either do a hopper or we can come up with something else, but we'll play around with this today and actually make it chat controlled to a degree. I don't know what I don't know if I want to use the big block of wood anymore though. We might break this down and not use it. I mean, this was fun and it was kind of pathetic, but it probably could have used a pull rod. I probably should have used 2 of those universal joints and put one on each thing so that when it pulled, it had a little bit more freedom, because this is fairly restricted as it is right now. I might have made it actually work. I was thinking gravity-fed magazine. It could be funny if it had like a weird mechanism, but the important part is that this one has the rod going out of the back. I don't think this one has provisions for that. Well, I'll look later, but yeah, like if we did like a little a rod coming back to this thing, then it could be out of alignment and stuff, and it would still give it a good tug. But yeah, this one gives us the distance and the power, the extreme force that we need to throw something directly. We don't need to have a lever on it, a little trebuchet attached to it. If I made a servo-resettable trebuchet, that would be pretty funny. Put it across the room and have it launch an emote at me. All right, let's see. Where are we with this thing? Man, I don't know what's up with me today. I think my stomach is just a little bit weird. I had a chicken wrap for lunch, so it's totally just mass in the shape of food. Actually, it was pretty delicious. I just had something just normal. So I don't think that's messing with me, but maybe something I had last night was messing with me. Maybe that's why I'm feeling anxiety today. That, and I haven't worked on the circuit at all. You know what it is? It's too many things scheduled, because Julian's dropping by on Sunday for me to repair something of his. I don't know what he did. He broke a new thing. I don't know, but he's like, I need to sell it, and I need it to be repaired by somebody who will make it look good. It's like, otherwise I'd fix it. I'm amazed Amazon got it there that quickly. I know the Rube Goldberg machine of human cruelty and suffering got this to me with amazing speed. I mean, this is ordered yesterday afternoon with overnight shipping, and they got it here by 9. Pretty crazy. If you're a business and you don't want your engineers sitting around, that's the kind of shipping that you want on everything. My problem is this thing is probably going to be a very loud, significant clunk. You can hear that. So I will have to damp that. Maybe put an O-ring on the inside so that it'll never close quite all the way, but it'll bump instead of click. Because that return is quiet. It's got an O-ring on it. I can find another one of those in my shop somewhere. We can put that on the internal, and then it won't do that. We'll have to see though. We'll see what the pull is like on this thing. I mean, this thing is supposedly quite a few more newtons than the other one. This thing was like 3 newtons, whereas the other one was like 3/4 of a newton. No, that's an amp. This thing is 3 amps. This thing is 3/4 of an amp. And the reason we get away with 3 amps is because we're setting it off for like 1 second. The timing of that is probably going to be how we adjust power. Because if we give it a pulse that's a little too short, I think it'll throw a little bit more weakly, and that way we can use it to kind of tune in just that perfect like lob. It needs to lob an emote. The emote needs to go like that. It needs to arc on camera instead of like smacking me in the face and ricocheting off and scratching my glasses. Okay, I had to burp. My stomach still doesn't feel better though. Okay, what do we got going? Not much. We got solenoids on the brain. We'll start that up in just a minute. And then, ooh, what do we have in here? What's in here? These are through-hole things. I need diodes. I don't know if I have big through-hole diodes. We can steal it off of something. I know of some big through-hole diodes. And I know that somewhere around here, maybe not in this bin, I have, that's a 7805, that's not going to help us. I have a transistor. Big transistor. That's probably not the right thing. Let's see what that is. Can't get to it. I think some of those are voltage regulators. What is that? Like an old microcontroller. The funny thing is, old microcontrollers are kind of useless because they're hard to program. That's like the big barrier. New microcontrollers take USB directly into the microcontroller. It's a strange new world out there. I still can't get over my first time being the person who submitted a McMaster order. Oh yeah, a friend and I, when we were working on the fire cannons, he had a corporate McMaster account, and so as we're sitting there at work, just sort of respectfully talking about the project, I go, "Oh, we forgot the key for the key lock. You didn't send that along with me." And he goes, "All right, let me get you a spare." And so he orders it at McMaster that morning, and he had it in his hand by the afternoon. Insane. It's like he ordered something as simple as just a key, because a lot of these industrial key switches, they all have the same key. So if you have a key switch for that particular type of switch, you probably can just operate the switch. You could also just like bump key it or use a screwdriver sometimes. But anyway, so they're not very secure. But so we wanted to order a spare, and so he hops on McMaster, and they get it to him in like, that wasn't like same day. That was like same afternoon. It was insane. I think it was that I had the key on my keychain, and he had the rest of the fire cannon set up and no way to turn it on. I think that's why he ordered it like that. I forget. This was like a decade ago, easily. What am I ever going to do with this little scribe? Put it up top just in case we come up with a scribe project. The ultraviolet printer is going to be a particular issue, because while I'm really good on my toes when it comes to programming a microcontroller to do like the business of moving the printer and moving a linear bed, that's all well and good. And the mechanics of it aren't that hard. We can just take a couple linear bearings and attach some maker beam to it, and we can make that bed. That's fairly easy to do. I'd have to find a material for the bed, but and getting all that synced up is fine. The printer acting completely wackadoodle insane is the problem. Right now, the printer is acting completely wackadoodle insane. Blockchain, which is geez, what a Twitch name, Blockchain. I've learned more about electronics in here than I did my entire life. Hey, that's great to hear. I appreciate you subbing for the 13 months and the good word. I'm glad to hear. I hope it's all relevant stuff, or I hope I haven't spread misinformation in any way. Let's get that straight. I ordered a fuse at 7:30 p.m. and McMaster got it to us in Massachusetts from California by 9:30 a.m. with free shipping. Free shipping, really? That's insane. They must have really eaten a big dollar amount on that one. Damn. But yeah, the printer is totally wackadoodle insane. When it feeds paper in, it grabs the piece of paper and then it shoves it against the back wall of the printer. And when we get it to stop crinkling paper by shoving it into its back wall, it then yeets the page through itself so quickly and doesn't print anything. I don't know if and then, the ink in it is old, so I don't know if there's some problem with that. I have the new reservoirs, the new ink reservoirs for it, and I bought 2. So I can swap between the 2 sets of reservoirs, and it'll allow me to continue using the refillable cartridges. So we don't have to do that anymore, especially because I bought the wrong cartridges, so I'll have to do a little surgery job and move the regular ink over before we test it again. And then I'll have to do that with gloves and a lot of paper towels. What's up, Caravos Bane? How you doing? Free overnight shipping on fuses over $200. Yeah, I guess it must have been a pretty expensive fuse if they're willing to overnight it for free, or your corporate account is gold. I think free shipping. I didn't see a line item for shipping. Maybe they would send you an invoice later. Like Gary's courier service costs a certain amount of money depending on how far he has to go. Insulin pumps have incredible customer service because they're a life-dependent item. So they have to have an incredible customer service. Part of that, at least when you have like a normal pump, is if something goes wrong with the pump, you call them and you go, "It stopped working, I was jogging. Water got in. I don't know why. Jogging. It's not because I was in the pool." And then they go, "All right, we'll send you another one. We'll send you another one in a box. Put the old one in the box." And they practically, sometimes they'll overnight it, but usually they like second day it to you. And then you get the box, you swap the pumps, and you send the old one back. With the rechargeable insulin pump, that was a company in California, T-Slim, I had a problem with it on the weekend, and they offered to send a courier. They were going to put somebody on a plane with a replacement pump and get them out to me as soon as possible. Insane. I was like, "Listen, guys, no. I'm going to go on syringes for just a little bit. I'll be fine." The fuse was $9.50. What? You must have like a gilded account. That's insane. $9. Not too much is up. Tired of weather change playing with me. How did you get your light to work? Which light? Which light are you talking about? The ideal light? The ideal light was a long process. We had to go in and actually reprogram. Like if you Tasmotize something, sometimes you need like a Linux machine. You could probably use a Raspberry Pi, but you need like all this stuff in order to over the air reflash. It's much easier for me just to go in and solder wires to jump points so that I can just physically reflash it. So we Tasmotize the light by taking it apart, putting it back together again. And then everything else with the light was a plug-in. I don't get where the comma would go that would make that. I don't get where the comma would go. But yeah, the remaining part of the ideal light is I have an MQTT broker that's already on my network, right? This thing, you give it the Wi-Fi credentials and it logs in. You can open it up as a little intranet web page and operate it from there. Or you can have it in Node-RED if you have an you can have it get instructions over MQTT topics. So you install an MQTT broker. In this case, it was, oh God, a lot of people, but mostly I think Brink helped me get my file server, pardon my dust, get my file server to have a virtual machine on it that has the Mosquito MQTT broker. And so I can have Node-RED, which is also running on a different virtual machine on the server. I can have Node-RED publish stuff to either directly to MQTT or using a Tasmota plugin, and then I'm gonna burp. That was an obnoxious one. You guys are lucky that I have good mute discipline. Uh, oh, I just breathed my own burp back in. Get out of here. Get out of here, burp. So using either or a combo of MQTT topic posting or the Tasmota Node-RED plugin, I can have remote control of a bunch of different lights. And so one of the biggest pieces of that, and the thing that's sort of helped my stream for a while, is having it integrate with a Stream Deck, where I can do HTTPS requests to the Stream Deck and have Node-RED filter them and do complex interactions with the lighting in here. So when I go to a scene in OBS, OBS is also connected with WebSockets. It will tell Node-RED that I've switched scenes, and then I can turn the stand light on and off as a result. I would like to get directly into this thing, but how are you is meant to be a different comment. Anyway, thanks for the help with the online sign. I just wanted a new board to set up, but I haven't found most of the info. I see. That's cool. Well, yeah, so that's basically the whole of it, is MQTT broker, and then everything else is like, you know, a plugin for the application, or sometimes you pull things, but all of those go into the flows, and then I post to MQTT. And that's how a lot of our chat bots are going to work now. They're going to be on MQTT. They're going to be paying attention to their own topic on the MQTT broker, and then we can come up with the commands or complex interactions on our own with the ability to throw stuff in and out of Node-RED. So we will be making a bot today. We'll be making a bot today, and that bot is going to set off a solenoid, which is a task that is eerily similar to stuff that I used to do. Where can I get those nodes? I have a WLED strip that I want to control with my scenes. Yeah, that's a super good one to do. It's super easy, and like having the Stream Deck change the color of like a WLED thing. That's what I wish I had back in the Amogus days, when we were all playing Amogus, because then I could turn all the shop lights red to indicate to people whether or not I was the imposter. So the nodes that I have are, I think they're just Node-RED contrib. Hold on, let's see. Where do I get that info? Down here? That's just the help. Where do I get info about what the node is? See, it's under Tasmota, but I'm wondering who made this. Yeah, this is when the mix gets a lot better. It's that weird beginning thing was strange. Multi-channels, blah blah blah, input messages. I don't know what I got. I think it's just in the main contribute thing. Mosquito, I use that to push data from a smorgasbord of sensors around the house to my server. I need to get some sensors. I would like to build, we probably need to build it, but I want something that I can plug in secretly in the bathroom that I can record people showering. Wait, no. I want to have temperature sensors on the pipes so that I know if somebody else is showering so I don't ruin their shower. Just temperature sensors, nothing else. I guess that probably counts as recording in the bathroom, doesn't it? I could put it just outside of the bathroom. Actually, mostly it's because if somebody else is showering, I have one of those water saver things on my stupid shower, and so I end up like getting a trickle of water. A humidity sensor. There you go. Then the whole thing can stay locked away. Environmental recording, yeah. The air is stinky with poop. God. Yeah, we'll get the board out of here. We don't need the board. Why not a flow meter? Because I don't want to do plumbing. I don't want to do plumbing. And I figure hot water would be, the flow of hot water would be the best way to track it. Put the humidity sensor in a camera housing. There you go. And I can put that in the bathroom. That would be perfect. Volatile organic compounds detected. My BMW has a little, Switch scenes without, oh, what did I do? Oh, my face scene is now, where's my face scene? Oh, there it is, okay. Okay, all the scenes are fine, okay. I need to lock this. How do I lock this? I'll need to figure that out someday. I was saying my BMW has a little box on top of the radiator, and apparently it's like a piece of foam and then a sensor. And the sensor cannot detect organic compounds, but if it detects like a lot of exhaust in the air, it'll flip over to internal cabin mode. But yeah, in my case, like what I'm trying to monitor and thinking of the best way to do it, Dallas Semiconductor makes this really good temperature sensor, and it can work with one wire, which means you only need 2 wires. It's a one-wire device, so you need 2 wires. Anyway, you put a capacitor on it and 2 wires going all the way back to your controller, and you can have remote sensors. They take a couple seconds to get a reading, but you don't need, sub-second readings when you're doing something like that. And it's this little transistor-looking thing. Burp. That was like a toad sound. I could take a little bit of silicon tape and just whoop. If it smells exhaust, I'm rolling the windows down or anything. I don't want to recirculate it. Yeah, well, it works. It does actually work. If I get stuck behind a big sticky truck, it'll flip over the thing and keep me from getting horrible diesel fumes. Yeah, there's that. So yeah, getting more complicated than a temperature sensor, those Dallas Semiconductor temp sensors are meant to go a long distance. So depending on where I can find AC in the bathroom, I could sneak a little 2-wire sensor all the way around stuff and get to where the pipes change temperature. Put a servo on another hot water tap in the house, periodically turn it on while the shower's occupied. What? Why? I'm trying to sense when somebody's like taking a shower because I don't want to ruin their shower. Remember reading about Dallas Semiconductor one-wire when looking into how the Motorola Impress works. Interesting. Yeah, those Dallas Semiconductor things, they're interesting. The way to get them to really work is to not pull them all the time. You need to let them sit there and build up energy because with their dying breath, they communicate back on that one wire. Lower latency? I guess it's still early in the stream. Maybe the latency builds up over stream. Might have a way to work. Sometimes some guy with a diesel, yeah, passes me and smells like a candle that's been blown out. Oh, okay. Yeah, being a BMW driver means that sometimes these dudes in the big trucks with the overly large exhaust stacks decide to target you and roll coal in front of you. I've had that happen before, and it's like, I'm just going to put my windows up, man. It's like, I'm out here killing hydrocarbons with you. You don't need to go turbo psycho about it. Motorola Impress is a proprietary smart battery technology for 2-way radios. What? Well, those need smart batteries because if you do like a big field event, which I've done before, you have a lot of devices that are sitting in chargers. So having a smart charger means you're not going to be destroying your batteries by, shuffling them from event to event. What's up, Siflit8? Thank you for the 50 months. Holy crap, 50. 50. I'm almost going to have 100 months with Rabaz in about 3 months, I think. Crazy. Where's all the time gone? Well, it's gone to this. Where's all the time gone as I sit on top of a pile of a bunch of garbage that I stapled together myself? That is where it is gone. Happy Friday, everybody. It's Friday. It's Friday, right? Yeah, it's Friday. I don't know. I booked my entire weekend already, so I'm feeling the crunch of overscheduling. I'm used to just being completely nebulous about my schedule and then missing everything that goes on around me in my local town. I need to look up stuff going on, like radio swap meets and things like that. I think I would have fun actually going to things, but I'm always head down in here, so. I don't think I have wine time. Maybe I should get that. Nobody would use it. Yeah, that Thurston. The Thurston emote is directly from Flatulent Gonad. He made that. He animated it. I have a bunch of HIH 4000 Honeywell humidity sensors. They're 3-terminal devices that output an analog voltage. I think... No, maybe I don't have it anymore. I think I might have one in here. I bought this case was a 300 sensor kit for the Arduino. And since having bought that, I have repurposed this to be all of my breadboard stuff. So when we need to use a microcontroller, we need breadboard something, it's all right here. And in it, for the longest time, was, I believe, a humidity sensor. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I thought it was in here, but it's getting hard to find specific stuff. It's all bunched up over here. Here it is. Okay, so everything I just said was a lie. It's not hard to find stuff. This motor controller might be useful for setting off solenoid. Actually might need one of these. I'll take one with me. After all, why not? The original Honeywell ones are like $30 each, but I'm sure somebody's knocked them off. Yeah, that's. I don't think this is $30 if it's in a 300 sensor kit. There's no QC was not passed. I don't know what this one's doing. If it's barometric or if it's humidity. Relative humidity. I don't even know how the sensors work. And there's no identifying markings on it. Maybe underneath. DHT11, temperature and humidity. Might be what this is, I don't know. Oh, HT11. Okay, multiple, you guys. Thin film capacitance is how they do it. $10. $10. That's actually a lot. I'm sure there's cheaper. $5 for 3, yeah. I feel like I'm gonna burp. Hold on. So I'm wondering if I use that and it's in a cabinet in the bathroom, will it get humid inside the cabinet in the bathroom? Because I don't want it to be outside at all. That would be an interesting way to track it, because then I could see humidity and realize that although it'll take a while for humidity to propagate. For temperature, it's fine. I have one, but it reads humidity wrong. The criteria here is at all. If it reads humidity at all versus not humidity. Finicky but good. It's good to have like 3 in the same spot. Huh. Crazy. Guess that's why they're sold in 3s. Plus minus 5. Is that really how they're reading? Wait, it's humidity and temperature though. So is it a digital thing? Oh yeah, so I finally switched to Firefox. These Chrome windows are old. As soon as Chrome resets on this machine, I will be pulling Firefox over to this machine as well. They finally did it. They finally told me that uBlock Origin was no bueno. So I made the switch, and I expected it to be really difficult to do, right? I expected it to be like pulling teeth. But it turns out, as soon as I signed into my Chrome on the Firefox window, that handled my YouTube and my email and all that stuff. So all I need to do is just have Firefox. If I go to Gmail, I think it'll automatically go in. I'm not sure. But it was, yeah, I expected it to be a lot harder to do, but it pulled all the stuff I needed, and then it was just a matter of like opening up the websites that I normally go to. It even took the history of the user on there, so that now I have whatchamacallit. If I start typing in the URL of something that I go to, like a weird subreddit that I've been reading lately, it'll pull that up. So it was like nothing. I haven't made an account with Firefox to have all the syncing stuff. I don't know if I want that yet. And then the other part of it is the multiple accounts, like the streaming account and the YouTube VOD account. Chrome is probably better at coordinating all of that stuff, so I may still use Chrome for that purpose, for doing like the windows here and doing like reading my emails. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes, but so far so good. I mean, I have no complaints. The only complaint that I have with Firefox, and maybe this is something that they'll address someday, but with Chrome, I peel off the tab and I can do anything I want with it and just pop it right back in. With Firefox, when I tried peeling off a tab, it opened a window with the tab on it, and it was just a little bit more clunky, just a little bit. So I'm sad to lose all that stuff, but at the same time, I would rather not have Chrome's finger up my asshole constantly. Google's finger, rather. They already own my phone. How much is too much? I think we should probably get started soon. This is a good song. I like this song. Oh, you know what it might be? My anxiety is that I haven't worked on Julian's circuit board. I'm going to talk to him on Sunday and maybe hammer out some of the details, because it's been a little bit overwhelming for me to have too many choices on the board itself. There's a lot of changes, and so with the changes come decisions that I've got to make. And do I use a special connector here? Do I use this or that or the other thing? And I'm actually debating on whether or not I wanted to use a Hyros connector for the expansion. I think that might be a good idea, because I might be able to fit two Hyros next to each other, and then I populate those, and then I can make little Hyros jumpers instead of doing two wires into one crimp. I hate that. I don't like two wires into one crimp. The other way that I was thinking of doing it is just using a square header, and then you can wire wrap a wire going down the row, and that'll give you, like if you want a 7-channel mixer, you could do that. You'd also have 7 stereo outputs if you do that, so it's a little weird, but yeah, just a browser that does browser things. I have Firefox on the phone too, with uBlock. Mobile websites are even worse to navigate without it. I had uBlock on the phone through Chrome. Through Chrome, I had Blue Block. I had uBlock through Chrome, so maybe I'll have to do Firefox on the phone. Because, yeah, websites and advertisements have gone unchecked. I had to install Firefox with uBlock for my mother so that she was able to actually use the internet at all. And on the phone, incessant, like, pop-ups and weird stuff you got to navigate past. It's not a good scene. You open up a news article and it's like blasted. Let's see, we don't need this. Put this back. I'll have to do a test on this at some point. It's so easy to have all these ideas of things you want to do, but to execute all of them is the obscenely difficult part about it all. While it would be great to just throw a couple of these onto a microcontroller, it's going to take me some effort to do. I have to actually do the thing. Let's see, let's get a Wemos D1 Mini Pro. D1 Mini Pro. Kind of old, but these are really cheap. They're ESP8266 devices. Sort of. Yeah, let's get started. There's kind of a lull in the music. It's getting towards the penultimate track of the mix, and we'll just quietly kill the track in the background without anybody noticing. Oh, I didn't put up a start soon, so nobody could bitch about that this morning. It's not the morning. Good afternoon. Welcome. Hi. I'm Obother. Welcome to my shop. We're doing stuff with chat interaction, and yesterday we had a pretty industrious stream. It was a nice, relaxing time playing with solenoids that I happen to have. The problem is I don't have any strong solenoids anymore. I think I probably used to have one, and I kind of remember it. I just don't know where it is. If it's been relegated to some other kind of bin, because we haven't done projects like that in a long time. So I hopped on Jeff Bezos' website, his website all about how cool he is, and we looked for a bottom shelf product. It turns out it was actually pretty easy to find a pretty powerful solenoid. I just looked up a solenoid, and then I saw similar products at the bottom, and they said they had a bunch of newtons on them. And it just so happened the one we clicked on had options for overnight shipping because I guess they know me. My local Amazon whatever dealer knows my algorithmic habits, and so it probably is stocking weird shit like these. Maybe these solenoids are used in something, and that's why I was able to get that so fast. The solenoid is basically just a coil, and in the context of what we're doing, we have something that basically is able to just pull on a metal rod. It pulls on a metal rod, and there happens to be a hole in the middle where there's a dowel rod, and so when it pulls on one side, it pushes on the other, and that little dowel rod fires out the back. And it's just a big electromagnet. You'll encounter big electromagnets in this hobby all the time. A relay is basically... My stomach is conspiring to keep me from talking. A relay is a giant electromagnet, and it just pulls on a switch. So with a solenoid, you have the holding power and then the pulling power. The holding power is when the metal hits the, I guess, the end of the magnet or whatever, and it's able to actually like stick and hold. For our intents and purposes, we're not using the holding power. All I need is something to flick. I don't know how many newtons are in a typical like flick, but we will be able to control the power of the solenoid with moderate, not really accuracy. It's not going to be incredibly accurate, but we can change the timing of the switching. What we did yesterday is I just took two leads that were hooked up to my power supply and I tapped them against the wires, right? And that just makes a big short circuit. The magnetic field builds up inside of the thing. It does the action of the solenoid, and as my leads are bouncing and or temporarily connecting, that magnetic field dissipates inside of a coil, which means that it produces a hell of a lot of electricity. So there were big sparks coming back onto these leads. I don't know what that was doing to my power supply, but it sure as hell shouldn't like that. It probably didn't like that at all. What you're supposed to do when you have a big coil, on a relay especially, you flip it using a transistor. Transistor is a device made of 3 little tiny pieces of silicon that have been just bashed together. Now, they've been grown on top of one another, but what happens with those 3 materials is you have boundary conditions of electromagnetic charge. When the boundary conditions exist, it blocks current from flowing through the main, flowing through all 3. When you add current to the middle, or in our case, I guess voltage, but well, current flowing from one leg to the other. When that current flowing from one leg to the other gets to be large enough, those boundary conditions change. They become more positive or negative, and so the boundaries start moving, and when the boundaries move enough, huge amounts of current are allowed to flow through the whole thing. You can use a transistor to amplify a complicated signal as well. We typically do that with op amps, and op amps are made with transistors, but when you bias a transistor, you can get a little trickle flow through your main thing, and then you bias it further and further, and it gets to be more and more. We're going to be using transistors as switches. So we just hammer it with a huge amount of current, and then that huge amount of current allows everything to flow through. Everything flows through your transistor, flows into the coil, and then you build up a magnetic field inside of the coil. But when you turn off that little transistor in order to switch everything, then the coil is going to have a magnetic field dissipate inside of it. It's going to hammer that transistor with a huge amount of reverse voltage. That can eventually damage the transistor. So you put a diode in there that'll short that circuit out and allow it to go back into the coil and do its job until it dissipates. And that keeps us from hurting everything. That's how you have your little microcontroller set off something big and violent. And in our case, it is big and violent. This thing is huge. And so the magnetic field is also going to be huge. So we got to find my flyback diodes. We have to find a sufficient transformer or transistor that's going to allow me to either transistor or MOSFET that's going to allow me to switch 3 amps at 12 volts, which I have. But what does it do though? That's all we desire. And when that happens, it'll hit this. It'll hit this. And this will fly up in my face. That's all I want it to do. That's all I want is this. But we got to make the machine that'll do that. And then we'll have to figure out whether or not we want to have like a hopper or some kind of a loading mechanism for these things. Is it useful to use an optocoupler here? It depends on how violent this is. You can sufficiently isolate yourself if you use something that's called a Darlington transistor. So as your transistors get more capable and more able to throw giant amounts of current, they become harder to switch because you need to bias more. So what you do is you put a little transistor on a big transistor. And so your very small sensitive microcontroller signal goes into that transistor, that little one, that allows a lot of current to flow, that'll trigger the big transistor, that'll trigger the giant load. The thing is, though, that's not exactly isolating. We could, and you would isolate in the event that you have a larger amount of current, a larger voltage, something you don't want potentially feeding back into your microcontroller. So you can actually use an optocoupler in order to isolate. But optocoupler is basically, silicon electronics are sensitive to ultraviolet light and infrared light sometimes. So if you dope it just right with the right chemicals, you can make it pretty sensitive to infrared light, to the degree where if you put an infrared emitter right up against that transistor, then it will allow current to flow through it. And so an optocoupler is that. It's just a 4-lead device, 4 leads. 2 of them are an LED, and the other 2 are a transistor that gets flipped by the LED. And that gives you thousands of volts of isolation between your things. You would have to have an arc in order to actually affect the other one. So that's one way to do it. You see a lot of Darlingtons in applications that need to be robust, like PLCs and appliances. Yes. Or you could also use a solid-state relay, or you could use any of a number of devices, but the solid-state relays are just basically a bunch of Darlington-esque things. We could also put a relay in there, and we could have a smaller electromagnet flipping a larger electromagnet. But the only control that we get over that is timing. We're only able to tell the microcontroller, hold that closed for this many microseconds. But that might be sufficient in order to control the power of this thing. We'll see. This is a 12-volt, 3-amp device. Let's see what this thing is like first. Let's just see how violent this thing is. I haven't tried it out before. It's basically the same thing as this one, only we have this push rod in the back. And that push rod can allow us to have this thing be direct. This thing can just be the direct pusher of our stuff. Because I'm pretty sure, like in arcade machines and stuff, the solenoid's like this sized. Or pinball machines and stuff. I don't think it's this big. So yeah, this is what we got. We've just got, that's not even threaded in. This is just one big machined piece of metal. So this thing gets attracted in, and I guess this washer, I don't know why this washer's here. I may want to put an O-ring inside of this. I don't know where my O-rings are, but if I can find a small enough one, I would put it in here so that this doesn't click. It's like a doorbell solenoid. Yeah, this is a big boy. Because that makes a big noise. Opto triacs. Holy shit. I've got a couple of zero-cross triacs around here somewhere. I was going to do like a high voltage thing. All right, so the O-ring is just there for like a soft return. It just makes it silent. But it's going to make a big clicking noise when we activate it. But yeah, let's put it on the power supply. Hopefully it doesn't break my power supply. If I could find a flyback diode right now, that would be a nice thing to put in there. That would be just kind of me to do. Hold on one sec. Let's see if we can find that thing of diodes. Those are LEDs. Those are different diodes. I'm looking over here in the bins. I had one string of 1N4148s. What's up, Madam U? How you doing? But I don't know what happened to them. I do not know what happened to them. So we may use that motor controller board in order to flip the solenoid. That way, all right. That way I think we've got the built-in flyback diodes. It's very important, those flybacks, because getting a huge negative voltage suddenly is not exactly healthy for your microcontroller. Okay, here's the other transistors and a couple relays that I have. Oh, and that's a, oh no, that's a, I think that's a Schmidt trigger. Now, okay, I don't know where those diodes went. Yeah, they were in this one, and now they are not. And now I don't know what to do. I have some surface mount diodes that might be able to do that, flying back, but that's 3 amps, so that's asking a lot of the diodes. So maybe using that motor controller board might be a necessity. The coil would appreciate the diode. No, everything else would appreciate the diode. The diode's not there for the coil. The diode is there so that other stuff doesn't get this giant spike of negative voltage. Yeah. The coil is in the business of being a coil of wire. All right, so power supply on, lower the voltage from 24. 24 is just what was necessary to knock this one around. Let me clear the desk a little bit too. So let me get the old one off of here, because we're not going to need the mechanical advantage anymore. This thing's good at taking stuff apart. Goodbye, fair circuit. You were very useful while you were alive. Or, sorry, not circuit, whatever this is. We'll make the robot next, so. Yeah, it's just in there so that you don't have your ground suddenly attacking everybody. And what happens basically is when you put like a normal size, like a telecom relay, on like a 3904 or 3906, when you have that flyback voltage coming back, it'll kill the transistor. So it's really just that transistor that takes the brunt of it. And so to save the transistor, you have the flyback diode that'll then basically open up a check valve and keep that voltage from doing anything. It's actually kind of magical, because the what do you call it? The 3904 or whatever transistor you choose will die in a couple cycles, but when you add that flyback diode, it works forever. SAS, see a screw, remove a screw. Yeah, that's take apart mode, tear down mode. God, this thing is enormous. This thing I think might jump. It might yump. I'm gonna get fresh lead on the end. Yeah, that's what I've been explaining exactly. It's called a flyback diode, and it's there to protect everybody else from the psychotic electrical fields that are going to come back from the strong negative voltage that is produced when a large electrical field dissipates in the presence of a coil. Sorry, a large magnetic field. Sorry. Okay, so. Am I muted? What's going on here? I literally just... All right, power supply down from 12. 2120, is that 1, 2? No, 15, 14, 13, 12. There we go. This is going to be 3 amps, and I've got current limiting on the power supply for 6 amps, which is kind of insane. I probably should be doing like 200 milliamps out of that thing, out of the power supply, because we've been doing musical instrument stuff, although we haven't been using that power supply. That power supply we built so that I could make things with motors, and motors are pretty crazy. They'll bite your head if you're wearing steak on it. Bears are crazy. All right, you guys ready? Let's move the mouse so I don't kill the mouse. Let's get nice and close, because this thing's going to be violent, I'm predicting. It's going to be pretty violent. This thing will pull your finger off. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I didn't turn the power supply on. I was like, where's my incredible bang? All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. That's pretty good. It's not very fast. It does make a pretty huge bang, and it's 2.8 amps that are going through this thing. Clank. So maybe we do need to like mechanically multiply the force. Let's see if it can kick one of these guys. So how do I set that up? Well, this is of a particular height, so if I can just match that height with a block. Let's see, I got this block. Well, it's being lifted by it. Let's just see what that does. Wow. Shattering. That's too tall. Too tall, needs something shorter. We used this thing last time, but this is not quite there. How did we do that last time? Well, okay. Why did I buzz? Oops, hold on. Just got a text. Or I will get it done. Yeah. All right, so let's see. We want to. What just dropped? What just dropped? What just dropped? Yeah, it didn't shove it as hard as I thought it would, although it chattered a little bit. Let's just try to give it like a runway. What's happening is we've got probably what is a lot of force moving this. So if we did a mechanical advantage kind of thing, like the lever we had before, maybe that would throw it with a little bit more gusto. Does increasing the voltage do anything? It'll make it heat up and probably make it a little bit more violent. So, all right. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing is we can put a big capacitor on it in our circuit. I would want it to be in circuit. But upping the voltage could also make it have a little bit more thrust. Making the springy less springy, maybe. Ah, jeez, what's going on? Willow's upstairs. I got to open the door for her in a little bit. All right, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Willow is quote unquote alone upstairs, which is a huge tragedy. It's fine. She'll be fine. She's a dog. I could make like a little thing that goes up on top of this if I had a hinge. If I have a hinge here, I could have it go shoop. Could chat use it to knock off stuff from the table? Probably. Then you'd want something to like sweep stuff. Okay. Let me think about where I want to go with this, because that's a bit weaker than I thought it was. This, I believe, does this have flyback diodes on it? It doesn't appear to. Maybe these transistors. Let's look up the transistors that are on this thing just to see what they are. Redeemed break glass of water. That would get genuine anger. Why is that the weakest? It is the weakest part number I've ever seen. Why is it so weak? D4184. I think that might be the tracking number, but we'll try it. D4184 and then SOT23. No, that's not SOT. TO220. D4184 TO220. MOSFET. MOS. Datasheet. Used advanced French technology to provide excellent R-on with low gate charge. VDS 40 volts, 50 amps. This thing can take it, but do we trust that built-in flyback? Do we trust the built-in flyback to do the job that we're looking for? I guess we do. We don't have much choice. Yeah, here they advocate putting a flyback on there, but this little board that I got, I mean, I guess it's fine. You know, we could break it. We could break the transistors, and that would be a lesson learned. It's not that big of a deal. So maybe we could just do it that way. And then we're cutting off the negative lead for in and out. Is it ST? I don't know. Does that look like an ST logo? Doesn't look like anything to me. FD? I don't know, man. It's alpha and omega. That's right. Alpha, I am the alpha and the omega of your electronics company. I don't know where the alpha and omega semiconductors is a hell of a name for your semiconductor place. Wonder how toxic their corporate culture is. This did say trench. What's up with trenches? Couldn't we turn this into like a slingshot, powering the solenoid and then taking the power off? We would need to change the spring as well. Glue more tension. Can you guys like let me do the project? Power electronics is made by furries. What's your source? Where's that source? I thought it was the IT infrastructure that would be negatively effective if any of those flights to Pittsburgh, to FurCon, crash. It seems like a very big security vulnerability to have these furry conventions, because you could take out entire swaths of the technological infrastructure of the country by just putting towels in a hot tub. Okay, so old bad. I want to get a good kick out of this thing. If I want to get a good kick out of it, I can wire it up to one of these little trigger things. We don't know if it needs a flyback diode. In the data sheet for the transistor here, for the MOSFET is what it is. For the data sheet for the MOSFET, you know, part of the MOSFET symbol is something like a flyback transistor or flyback diode. I don't have big flyback diodes. I don't know where they went. They're buried somewhere around here. Oh, it was a convenient. Wait, what? Huh? The names of their companies. Alpha and Omega? Is that a furry thing? I've never heard of that. All right. So anyway, Father made a joke. Yeah, I do that sometimes. Or the solenoid taking the power off. We change spring. I don't know. I'm missing stuff out of chat. Lawn dog. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Father, have you ever tried looking up the data sheet for the particular type of... Okay. Listen. Listen up. Jeez. All right, I want to see what this thing is capable of doing. So I need something that's just going to give me like a pad. That's actually a pretty good height. That might give us a better launch. So we'll try that. This thing is still going to fly forward because it's got like, that's grippy tape, but whatever. And it's hard for me to get a good trigger on this thing. Controlling it electronically would give me the ability to drop the hammer for a particular amount of time and actually see how useful this thing is. But then why'd you ask? So, I mean, like, that's not going to launch it into the air. I don't think. I don't think that's going to... Well, I mean, the heft of this thing is probably pretty significant. How much holding power does it have? It's probably going to be insane. Let me do this, just so I can get an idea of what the forces are like. Just to get an idea what the forces are like. That's going to be putting 3 amps through this thing. I guess my power supply can take it. So now we're beasting 3 amps through this thing. I get to see what the magnetic attraction feels like. Oh, Jesus Christ. So that's pretty... That's actually kind of weak. That's not that bad. So that's the sort of holding power it has. Whoa. Well, it launches itself pretty good. If I were to put the spring on the other side, put a better spring on the other side. Hold on, I'm cooking. Bother's cooking. Bother's cooking. No, I want a bigger spring here. No, that's not really going to work, is it? Because it's like, I put a bigger spring on this thing, and It's barely able to close on this one, though. And that's not enough force for me to... Okay, so kicking from the other side is probably the way to go. That or giving it like some kind of a force multiplication lever of some kind. Or finding a more powerful solenoid, or putting a giant capacitor at the start. That really, the giant capacitor is more to... where did the rubber O-ring go? The giant capacitor is more to handle the inrush current of the solenoid than anything else. Did it fall on the ground? It freaking fell on the ground. Stupid thing. That's right there. It's at my feet. It's at my feet. It's the only one I got. I probably have other O-rings somewhere. I'd have to find them. Yeah, into the cat dimension. Hook it up to a speed multiplying force dividing mechanism and give it some run up before it hits the emote. Perhaps. I was thinking of just trying to make like a simple catapult. So if this pushes out, or if this comes in, we could do a push rod. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But for now, let's work on the triggering of this thing. Let's work on the triggering, because we got a simple circuit that we can make. I don't know if I have any flyback diodes anywhere. Let me see what's in the old through-hole parts thing over here. I have a little bin of all of my former breadboarded stuff somewhere in here. And then we got to find a nice meaty capacitor to go into it. And we'll trigger it with the Wemos. So I'll be able to hit a button on the computer, and then that thing will go psycho. I can't believe how just sort of weak. It's just kind of a little weak, isn't it? I don't know what kind of a device I could buy that would have more punch to it. Maybe the capacitor will help us with that. A motorized trebuchet. What, make like a little winch that'll pick up a weight and then it'll drop it? You guys are getting way beyond KSS on that one. Way beyond KSS. Keep it stupid simple. Hold on, I'm getting a capacitor. Capacitors are way over here for some reason, just because of the way I do things. I guess I figure if I'm ever breadboarding and I really need to, well, we're going to need headers too. Gonna need it to get a little heady. And we get a big old capacitor. They don't get much bigger than the ones I have here. I don't know if I have larger ones. Maybe we can rip a capacitor out of something, actually. I have some devices over here that might donate big, enormous capacitors. Hey, look at those. Those are what I'm talking about. Those are 330 ohm, 200 volt power supply caps. Let's use some of those. I don't know if we need to get that crazy yet. Maybe we can just use this slightly smaller big capacitor. A Rube Goldberg-based emote thrower. There's like ping pong balls flying around and like brooms falling like behind my head, and then finally it just a little. Yeah, like what I was thinking with that desktop missile launcher was there's some kind of a mechanism in that resets some kind of a plunger. And so I was thinking that maybe that plunger would be enough to do that comedic kind of flick of the emote. And that we could take over that mechanism and have it, instead of doing a little puff of air, it would just flick an emote at me. That's what I was thinking with the missile launcher, but that product is so old and out of, I guess it wasn't very popular. I don't know. You have to plug it into USB for it to work, but that mechanism would have been perfect. And I used to have one. I never took it apart. It was always, you know, I'm going to do something with this. I'm definitely going to do something. I'm going to make a desktop thing that tracks you and blah, 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 blah. Never did it. Never did anything with it. All right, so what's in here? What's in this bin? Garbage. Garbage is in this bin. I'm looking for a particular type of garbage, though. A big old diode. That's like a nice voltage regulator. Is that broken? Why is that in there? Oh yeah, that's dead. That looks pretty, that's cracked. That's a dead voltage regulator. Should probably source another one of those, but well. What is that? Is that a diode? What are you? What are you? Tell me your secrets. Why do you have that vice grip wrench? This is how we took apart the light bulb sockets. And it's also just in case chat gets a little uppity. So we weren't able to get a grip on the light bulb sockets in the right way. So we used this and we just popped it off. That's true. The PSU might have a couple of 1N4148s. I want to look up whatever this device is that I just found, because this might be like one of these big stinky, big honkin' giant 1N05AA. 1N05AA. Datasheet PDF. Drum roll. It is N-channel 60 volt MOSFET. Wait, how are you supposed to... wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. No. How are you supposed to... If it has two leads, how am I... That's an on semiconductor, though. That's not a VB semi, so that's the wrong part. On semi. Damn it, stupid tiny keyboard. On semi. Protected MOSFET. That doesn't seem like the right part. Is Google just lying to me? Please go away. 1N, is that an O or a 0? I think that's a 0. One N 75. 1N, let's go O. Okay, that what? One N05AA. Solder to the tiny tab. 1N05. Wait. Did I put 2 5s? No, that's okay. 1N05. A datasheet PDF. Why is it so far down? Oh, because yeah, no data, huh? That's AvNet. That's none of this stuff is what I'm looking for. It's crazy. Yeah, I guess we'll go to the 1N05AA might be the tracking. So if I do F3 0 UP UP 0 UP20S, that's coming up on autocomplete. There we go. Okay, so it's the second number. Ultra fast diode, so negative 300. So ultra fast diode with low forward voltage drop. This device is intended for use as freewheeling and clamping diode. So the flyback diode is also called a freewheeling diode. It's also called a clamping diode. So this would be a motor-sized diode. I think it came with the power supply when I bought the power supply. 1N was a red herring. Yeah, a lot of semiconductor part numbers start with 1N. You know, the 1N4148 is a transistor. And so we're looking at a TO220 package, and we've got a 1N. And so I was like just railroaded into searching that part instead of the FFPF part of the part number. That was psychological manipulation is what you guys were witnessing there. So this is actually meant as a flyback diode. We could just use this directly. That's crazy. That's crazy. I got a couple of them too. Why are they in this bin? I thought what I would find in this bin, you know, conveniently, if you guys look at how the sausage is made, like it can be very obvious on shows like this when somebody has planned something ahead, when they instantly just sort of horn in on the exact right answer, like right away. You can tell, you're like, they meant to do that. They wanted to do that. That's why I don't watch this content a lot, because I can see how the sausage is made. But in the case of what just happened here, it really looked like I had planned that I remembered that I had giant flyback diodes sitting inside of, and maybe subconsciously I did, because that's too convenient. That's way too convenient of a solution for me pulling this entire project out of my ass. This is a random, silly idea that we had when we were working on getting the fart box to working. And we were poking our fingers at my fart. I should not finish any of those sentences. We were sort of playing with my fart box. We were messing with my fart box and getting it to work. And the idea was, well, what if I made it set off a solenoid and we could have it just throw an emote at me? Because I have a couple of these. If you guys don't know, I have a couple of these emotes. Just a few. Just a few. There's also another box that's got a bunch of them in the bottom of the box. Wexo. I don't know what got into Wexo, but Wexo sent just 250,000 of these things. And I could hand these out at conventions. I don't really go to conventions. I should. Maybe one day I'll do TwitchCon, and then I'll be handing these things out like they're nothing. So that'll be a 200 volt, 30 amp diode. It's literally made for being a flyback on motors. I guess I probably bought them when we were struggling with my car, my car's anti-ABS system, and I tried to put random diodes on it. I eventually solved that problem by just sourcing a third world country where a lot of stolen BMWs go. They happen to have a bunch of those ABS systems for pennies on the dollar. That was really nice of him to send you all of those. Yeah, that's really nice and not like an obligation. I guess I could go to the ocean and throw these at dolphins, but I don't know. What do you do? The room looks crazy. We do this. I do this. There's a lot of business going on in the room and a lot of vertical space because this room, this is a lot smaller than it looks. These webcams, and the way that I pose them, and the way that we typically do a lot of macro shot of things, that makes the room look enormous. This is what I do. I do electronics consulting sometimes. That's kind of dried up a little bit. A lot of my business is that I'm a type 1 diabetic. I'm in Pennsylvania. We have a really good public health program here. If I make over a certain amount of money, I don't make enough that I can afford all of my diabetes stuff. I was doing consulting with a consulting firm, and then I had a really good medical device design job, and that kind of immediately dried up because they fired the guy who hired me. And so I tried to get an engineering job in Philly and Pennsylvania, and I didn't really find anything, right? All the while going, well, I've done all this stuff all my life. This is just what I do. This electronics noodling is what I do. It's what I do. So I'm going to do it anyway. Maybe I can funnel that into some kind of a thing that'll make me some money. And Twitch hasn't done that at all. So I just do this to fill the day. And it's amazing that you guys contribute to what I do. And when you do, that allows me to do crazier stuff. I am well and away from being priced out of that program. And so when we get Burn the Subs back working again, maybe I will be back in a scenario where I have to worry about how much money I'm making off of the stream, but I don't really think that'll happen. It almost happened on the first board. This board on my wall is actually a chat interactive device. It will be anyway, soon. Soon enough, man, you guys, they have a lot of channel points because we haven't had the fart machine working in a long time. So expect kind of a fartalanche, if you will. This is Burn the Subs. This thing right here is Burn the Subs. This is an XY table that has a laser on it, and the laser is configured. Well, I speak about it like the laser's what's doing that. The kinematic stuff here is going to be configured to burn the names of subscribers onto itself. So if you subscribe to the channel, your name will get burnt in real time. Now, that hasn't been working for a couple of years because we've been working on sort of the control panel and getting everything right and making it all nice. And so that's been the subject of all of these streams. I have gotten a sponsor for Fusion 360. So now I have a legitimate and full licensed copy of Fusion 360. We will use some of those sponsors in order to make sure that Burn the Subs is awesome. But we're going to need to do a lot of programming, and I'm going to need to initially power the thing on. So it's been a long process trying to get sort of the mainstay of the channel back up. But chat interaction is one of the big tenets of one of the big things that I like to do in the stream. So we build stuff, we build cute little things. Then on the side, my buddy Julian has been after me for 20 years to build him a synthesizer. Now, while we're not specifically building him a synthesizer, I have been learning, along with you, all of the stuff that it takes to make analog synthesizer stuff, analog and digital. And so we've spent a lot of time doing that. Julian has an idea for a mixer that he thinks all of his synthesizer buddies would like to buy. So that is another thing that I do. I build things and sell them. Although I actually don't have a, I don't have like a storefront or anything because I've never really built anything that was useful. This would be the first time that I built something that's actually useful to another person. it's a scary new realm for me. But one of the things that we say here, one of the things I say to you here is, if you're doing a project, it should scare you just a little bit. So I've been noodling around with electronics my whole life. I've been taking stuff apart my whole life. We've taken stuff apart on stream and go over the engineering and sort of the decisions that go into making like an electronic device. But I've never really made anything significant on my own completely. I have made a bomb, and that's a threat. No, that's not a threat. That's something that I used to do. I used to reverse engineer terrorist electronics for a consulting firm who happened to be at the FBI. So they would give us a device. We'd, oh, what's this? Oh, let's figure it out. Let's figure out, okay, these is connected to there, blah, 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 blah. This is the schematic of the device. It's actually very difficult to do, is make the schematic, take pictures of it, relate it to other devices, and then publish that to the nebulous intelligence sort of machine that exists in the US government. And they would do stuff with that data. So essentially what we were doing is like hopefully keeping people safe by making the technology a little bit more transparent. Hey, Sir Farts a lot, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate the direct donation. I don't know, like I don't monitor YouTube. I don't have those tools up yet. So if something comes through in YouTube, I may not know about it. Twitch has a donate button. You also can subscribe on Twitch, and it all matters to me. Do you have a website? Nope. I was making one before I started streaming, but yeah, at the time when I was streaming, I was actually working on a controller project for Jack and Rich of Red Letter Media, and I was going to make a website, and I never got around to it. That controller didn't really go anywhere. I do have a GitHub. I haven't updated it in a little while. We have had some software projects that I do need to put up on GitHub. You're looking at it, man. This is what I have. I have this in a Discord. The Discord is where I spend a lot of my time. But those, all that stuff, website, Squarespace, blah, 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 blah. I've meant to make that. But right now, I mean, what do you do? I do this for you guys. We try to do entertaining and complicated projects. We're not afraid of a complicated project here. We're doing something pretty simple right now, which is nice. I like to kind of pull back and do simple stuff every now and then. But generally, we are getting into advanced projects like a voltage-controlled oscillator from a YouTuber called Hajiwo, who used a Salin key filter in order to use a high-frequency square wave from a digital device to play Flappy Birds with the voltage level and create oscillations. So, stuff on that level. All right, anyway, there. Every now and then it's good to do a breakdown of what the hell you are and why you're on Twitch. How'd you learn electronics? This is not going to be relevant to anybody looking to learn these days. It is a very good intro, but a lot of it is analog electronics. It's a book from 1994 and before, and it generally brings you into the world of electrons flowing about pretty nicely. However, there's better ways to do it these days. A lot of these old, Farst Mims, it's a good book, but a lot of these old books start by having you plug a 1 to 10 transformer into the fucking wall. Don't do that. If you're starting out with electronics, do digital stuff. It's a lot more rewarding and fun and complex, and it's a better stepping stone into the big wide world of all the stuff that we do. I'm running into a major problem getting affordable supplies. Lantus right now costs $35 a bottle, and I'm at the critical point of needing some, and I just paid $75 for a bottle. That sucks, man. That sucks. I don't have any Lantus. If I had some, I'd definitely let you have it, but I don't have any. The pump does fast acting, so. Oh yeah, GoodRx. Does that work? Does the what's his name? That other billionaire does he have insulin yet? How would you detect lightning? RF waves. There's actually a device. It's a lightning distance sensor. I don't know if you can get it on a keychain or not. That's one of the things they suggest. But there's a lightning distance sensor chip that I've been wanting to use for some projects. If you could find a device that uses that chip, you can have a lightning distance sensor device, All right. In order to get on so my state has a public health program. And I was able to get on the public health program by using up all of my money after getting fired to pay for Cobra. I was saving up for a house. I was going to put a down payment on a house. All that money went to Cobra. And so I am destitute. I am without money. I am just, this is it. This is all the stuff that I have in this world. So that's how I've been living my life. And then every year I have to submit my income, my pathetic Twitch income. And I literally just print out the tax form that Twitch gives me. And I just put that on the document. I go, here, I'm pathetic. And they're like, oh, you poor thing. Here's healthcare. Old books. Only the survivors. Exactly. Hey, kid, you know one of the big things about electronics is luck. Only the lucky survive. Actually, to be honest, I don't fucking know how Uwo's lab is still alive. How is he still alive? I don't understand. How has he not gotten like a prion or like some kind of an awful electrical mishap, or literally just sliced his hand open on a piece of ductwork? I do not know how is he like divinely ordained? What's going on there? Something's not right. I saw the man working with aluminum like ducting without gloves. And I'll tell you, the last time I did that was when I was doing brewing projects here. I've been streaming for a long time. I've been streaming since 2016, I think, 15. He was cooking meat in molten tin a month ago. I'm worried about him, but you know what? He's still around. So, but I try, I was doing ducting. I was like, I'm going to build a hood, ducted hood. So before I start stream, I'm just going to cut this little thing here and then we'll start. And it went whoop and put a deep gash across my palm. I had to do like some really elaborate wrapping up of the thing, and I had the thing all bundled up and ready for starting stream. I was like, hey guys, I injured myself before stream. It healed up perfectly because it was such a clean cut, because that thing was a goddamn razor blade. But like, I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it. We keep it clean and safe here because I'm a diabetic. I'm already at a disadvantage here. We like to keep it clean and safe because I don't like to have my limbs cut off by the projects we're doing. We got really sidetracked on all that stuff. We got really sidetracked. The book link from MIT, what's that? The link isn't working. Oh, damn it. Well, it's Forrest Mims. I mean, it's Getting Started in Electronics by Forrest Mims. You can look that up. I guess the MIT link is dead. We'll have to figure it out. Yeah, freshly cut metal and sheet metal. The thing is, like, it's a nasty cut because the sheet metal can be dirty, but it was such a sharp piece of metal that it created a very clean cut. I got lucky. Okay, so we want V out, plus and minus. Doesn't matter which one's which. Yeah, plus and minus on this thing. And then I'm going to solder a header down to it, and we will use this to trigger it. However, we need the flyback diode. What direction does this thing go in? This is the cathode. So my cathode and anode, A plus, C minus, right? A plus, C minus. That's what I kind of memorized. So A plus, C minus. Yeah, and like I said, the Forrest Mims book is not necessarily going to be your best resource for learning electronics. It's just people come in and ask me, how did you learn electronics? I learned electronics in 1994 from that book. A lot has changed since then. And so you guys have this amazing just wealth of resources that you can draw upon in order to learn this stuff a little better. And your specific methods of learning, of course, are going to depend on how you learn. But things like YouTube videos, things like SparkFun tutorials are particularly helpful. Finding just a project that you want to do and doing it, getting a kit and following some of the instructions in the kit. I don't know what works best because I learned in 1994. And I'm not a teacher. Well, I guess I kind of am. I teach, but it's against my will. I burnt out the PC PSU I was using as a power supply. What should I use as a power supply? I would use a PC PSU. I know that sounds like I'm being a jerk, but they're actually pretty versatile in terms of becoming like a power supply for projects. They're pretty good for your digital projects. Aside from that, you could use little wall warts. If you find yourself working on electronics a lot, and you're decent with mechanical stuff and even 3D printing, you can buy power supply boards from China, as long as the fucking tariffs don't hit too hard. That's going to be annoying. You can buy power supply boards, and I basically put a fan with a heat sensor on it inside of this thing, and then I have an AC regulator and a DC regulator. The AC regulator has tons of volts and amps, and it goes into the 52-volt DC regulator power supply board from China. And then I was able to go to Easy Hook, which is a company that's an American company. It's an America company, and they make all these like test hook stuff. And I was able to get the banana terminals and these banana wires and then a banana hammock. What's nice about the hard sciences and engineering is that the fundamentals don't change, just the tech. Yeah, the thing is, like, the Forrest Mims book is going to teach you like the analogs and the fundamentals, which are useful in the digital stuff. Mostly it's just how you think of how things go together and how to make schematics and stuff like that. That's kind of what I learned from that book. I took a lot of margin notes, and then from there, I don't know what I did. I branched out into, like, a lot of stuff didn't exist back then. We didn't have just all this crap on the internet. So, you know, I kind of made my own and figured out my own stuff. Nowadays, like, it's a Google search away to find all of that, like, wealth of digital stuff. Yeah, it's a crazy world out there. My point is, I don't know what to tell you in terms of, like, where do I get the knowledge from? I don't know, because I started, this stuff has been forming around me my whole life. Like, I just don't know. I just don't know. A plus, C minus, right? A diode works like a valve. You can think of the little flappy bit of the check valve and the arrow pointing to the flow of current. So you can have current from plus to minus. It'll block unless that arrow overcomes it. That's kind of how I think of a diode. That's just the mnemonic that I use. So the A is the plus lead and the cathode is the minus. So the cathode in this case is on the left-hand side. They always, with these really confusing ones, they always give you a 3D diagram nowadays. They used to not do that. You used to get like a top view and there was just pins and you're like, is that the top view or is that the bottom view? Because that changes everything. And then you'd wire it wrong. I know I suck. Now you're fine. Transistors, MOSFET, IGBTs are some crazy stuff. I understand till diodes, and then I jump to digital. That's, yeah, I mean, that's all right. There's a lot of math in this stuff, and I hate math. I don't like doing math. You guys will notice that I'm pretty averse to math. We do more bit math than really the analog kind of math. But in the end, a lot of electronics, it's just math. It's just math. So sometimes you got to gird your loins and dive into the world of equations. Lucky for us, Java is a thing. Java were invented. And so because Java were invented, we can just look up a lot of these complicated calculators and stuff like that. Makes it look easy. The hard part for me was 4 years of college learning this stuff and taking the classes and doing the work and learning the math and then forgetting the math. But because I've forgotten the math, I know what math to apply where. That's the important part about like the education part of this, and the maths and sciences, they're there. They're in the background. We're going to try to, you know, weasel our way around it, but every now and then we get bit by it. And that's just the hobby. But the thing is, I really appreciate the creative side of it all. When I was working, you know, I was in the field for 10 years, right, working in this discipline. And the thing that really killed me was the lack of creativity. A lot of engineers are not very creative people. That's fine, but I need the art. I need the creativity. I need the fun. So that's where I would do all the hobby projects on the side, all the Burning Man projects and stuff like that. And it, you know, at times it actually affected my ability to concentrate at work. I need to look this thing up, and it's not actually related to my real job. It's I don't know. It was one of those things. So this is an outlet for me, among other things. Amogus. Okay, so this diode is going backwards across the leads because what we have is just a flyback configuration. You just look up Arduino solenoid circuit and just go to the Google images, and then we just have like something like this, or like something like this, something like this. Let's just do relay project. Like, that's what I expected the size of the solenoid to be. I expected something like this. I had a couple of these, and I think they were more violent than this one, even than the one that we have. I don't know. Getting the big high Newton solenoid might not have been the solution. We do Arduino relay and just a schematic. I just want to show you guys the flyback diode. Here's one that uses an isooptilator. There's two, actually. That would be, yeah, the status LED input to a transistor that flips across those leads and allows current to flow through the coil. Then when you turn it off, the diode allows the flyback to occur, or clamping or chargeback or whatever the hell you call it, rewards program. I don't know. So our diode is actually going to be, all right, our diode is going to be on the positive lead, and we're going to be going across it. So what are these doing? Well, this circuit is a little weirder because it's got full isolation. Or no, it's not full isolation. It just fully cuts it off. I don't know why there's two of them on here. What's up, Wexo? How's it going? I loved physics as a kid, but then I realized that it's just math. Some basic logic and the scientific method, and a ton of math. There's just always so much math. It's so much math. So I want the flyback diode to be from... It has to be in line with this, actually. That's not great. Well, I mean, I just want to have it on both leads, actually. So yeah, minus would be where the cathode... No. In this case, the cathode goes to plus. So in this case, I would do upside down like this. So that's how this thing has to go in. I guess I could solder it in, but I could also just throw it into this thing. So let's just do that. I could put ferrules on the wires too, but whatever. Whatever. So there's our flyback diode. Hopefully it doesn't blow up. I really need these leads to make any sense. Like, please make sense. I could never get chemistry. I don't understand how people know chemistry. I always had a lot of trouble with that, especially OChem, but everybody has trouble with OChem. But for me, it was like, what is this? What is this? How do you know that this equation does this? Maybe everybody was memorizing stuff and I didn't realize it. What up, Ryan Labs? How you doing? All right, so we're going to try to electronically trigger this thing. We're giving it the flyback diode, the whole 9, because this thing is a giant coil and I don't want it to negatively impact my Wemos D1 Mini. I'd be out a whole, like, $1 if this thing dies. Never thought I'd read. Math is like the Thanos of human knowledge. Oh, I see what you mean. Wasn't that the maybe like Loki or something? I don't remember all those movies. We don't need the giant capacitor yet, although we probably should have the giant capacitor. I just joined the special club, the Statin Club. Welcome, welcome. I too am on statins. Statins. Okay, yeah, we don't need the big diode off of this thing. We already found our big diode, luckily. We need, I guess, the capacitor, but maybe not. Maybe we can just roll without it for now. Let's put leads onto this thing, and then we can plug it into the Wemos. Maybe I want a little bit more breadboard than what we have here. Although this trigger circuit is going to be pretty simple. Now we can just do it off of this thing. Yeah, that'll be fine. This thing is using a slightly more featured ESP82, or no, RP2040. All right, so 3-pin lead, 3 pins rather. This board looks spicy. This is one that I don't pull out a lot because it's too small. With these solderless breadboards, what you're looking at are a bunch of clamps. That is just a folded piece of metal. Typically, they're rated for 1 amp. Oh, and the reason this thing looks like it's on fire in thermals is because it's metal, and metal reflects thermals like a mirror. So you could use this to see your intrepid host talking to you. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, anyway. Thermals are fun. Oh, the solenoid board? It's actually a motor board. A motor board. But it's a convenient way for me to put some beefy MOSFETs in the path here. Oh, I guess it's 4 pins. Wait, which one's the trigger then? What are those two doing? Hold on a second. Let's look at this thing. Doot and doot. What's our doot? Oh, it's just simply one of these is the trigger. Why are there 4? We don't need 4. Well, I guess I'll just do 4. Oh yeah, that's a power supply board. That was originally going to be the bench power supply, but it never worked out. I don't really remember what the specifications on that were. I bought a couple things from Alibaba and then decided to use something completely different. What's up, Rex? Happy Friday, everybody. Yeah, we're doing big solenoid. We're trying to trigger this giant solenoid that I ordered yesterday. It's not as spicy as I thought it was going to be, and I think maybe tying it down and triggering it electronically might be the way to go. So we're going to give chat the ability to flick off this thing. Giving it to chat was a great idea. That's always just such a great idea. I'm smart. Smart and gassy. Yeah, you guys are. I'm on top of like this bin, and it's a little bit weird. Oh, that's a ground line. That's gonna fight me. It says you have ADHD. What helps you focus, Concerta? Yeah, meth in microplastics. After all, what else is there to life than meth and microplastics? Also, I do focus on this kind of stuff really well. I haven't seen Jesse focus, to be honest. Fuck you. Fuck you. You fucks. Fun. Can't wait to flick off things. You've kind of gleaned onto that specific detail, huh? Wexo, thank you so much for the 20 months. And tier 3! Oh my god. I'm not worthy. Thank you. Okay, so this is simple. We just give this ground to everybody else, which really kind of maybe that's not a great idea, but okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna solder these leads to the diode, to the flyback diode. I thought I outgrew my ADHD when I quit smoking in 2015. Oh, but in 2015 it came back with a vengeance. That's a thing that can happen? Yeah. I mean, I'm never going to be rid of it. It's just using coping mechanisms. But when I don't take the meds, I will just sit in front of the computer doing nothing all day and then get anxiety because nothing has been done. It's not good. What's a tier sub? The higher tier subs, more money. And you get some extra emotes. So it's for people that just really want to support O'Bother. You do not need a higher tier sub though. And I need to work on emotes. I haven't done that in a while. It's a bad situation. I gotta work on those emotes, man. I gotta keep those fresh. But I gotta get into pixel art mode in order to do that. You're just raw dogging life. Don't drink, don't smoke, just raw dogging life all day. All right, so I'm pre-tinning leads that I'm going to solder up top. I'll solder the leads up top, and then the stalks of the TO220 -1 lead will be our contacts for the screw terminals. A little bit of a weird way to do it, but it gets the job done. So pre-tinning just helps me get that wire to stick without having like a cold solder joint. You want to leave that heat on for a little while, and it's something that kind of frustrates me when I watch other people doing this stuff, is that they don't leave that heat on. This thing is getting kind of a little bit hot. Ow. So I use a miniature machine vise. This is a precision machine vise. These things cost like $600 new. This thing is, it was in a machinist's sort of derelict toolbox So it's probably not precision anymore, but it works really well for soldering stuff and holding stuff because it's metal and it just has a little bit of weight to it. The the 2-stock package. Sometimes the tab will be the third. In this case, we looked it up and it said it was a transistor. And I'm like, no. This one has it's got a little winky of a little winky between its legs. So they left like a little eeny weeny little amount of lead there. Now, what I really should be doing with these wires is putting ferrules around them. Ferrules are really what's designed for this sort of application, but oh well. We'll just make it work first. Make it work. Big priority. I had a lot of trouble just kind of getting my show to be exciting and fun. Because, like, the number one thing that I hear is, hey, I like what you do, but not a lot happens. And it's like, well, you know, I take my time. No Pro Tools? What? I knew about ADHD, but maybe I have ADHD. Who knows? I've got a ton of projects and sit in front of the computer and go nowhere. But then one day in a week, I will work for the whole day with laser sharp focus. That sounds like ADHD. Those are the exact symptoms. You get hyperfocus when the chips are down, when the pressure's on. Don't talk to me until I've had my ADHD med coffee mug. A friend of mine was saying he tried the medication that I'm on, and it made him mean, like really, really mean. Coder is getting to the Twitch front page. You have to apply for that, and I've just been too lazy to actually do that. I should apply for it. If we had a project like this where like stuff could potentially happen, if I had like a laser focused plan. Concerta, it's the one with meth and microplastics. I've been taking it since high school, so for nigh on over a decade. And it makes me normal. It makes me normal instead of absent-minded. It doesn't make me super duper focus on stuff. It's just normal. I had medication before, but it made my ass bleed. Sounds like a very bad thing to be on. If that's that's a pretty good indicator that you shouldn't be taking that. Can no longer find the paperwork for my therapist. Yeah, I had to go to a therapist for a little while because I changed doctors. Well, no, when I started on this public healthcare insurance, they really don't want to give you that medication because it's like they consider it to not be a priority to treat. But listen, I'm an engineer. I'm very good at jumping through the hoops, right? So I jumped through the hoops and was able to get on the medication. Now, okay, so this side of the circuit, we're going to power through USB. That'll give us our 5 volts, and it'll stay isolated, and it'll stay in the digital stuff. So USB is going to control this. USB will be over here. Over here, we'll have 12 volts, and that'll be sufficiently isolated. It is still going through both of the MOSFETs. It's not a large isolation. If I wanted a huge amount of isolation, I could put an optical isolator here and then trigger that with that, but I don't know what the triggering voltage is. Did they tell me? Why are you guys looking at me? We're supposed to be looking at the microscope. Yoink. Yeah, okay, so there's nothing here. I think it works. I think it can work on 5 volts. And I guess it's down to the FET and what resistors they have on it. But the difference between a transistor and a MOSFET is that, well, a MOSFET is vastly more complicated, right? But it's still 3 leads. They're called different things because they work differently. So in a MOSFET, you're doing sort of the same thing. You're triggering something with digital. A MOSFET is specifically meant to trigger something, whereas a transistor you can use as an amplifier if you tune it correctly. It's a little difficult to do, but you can basically trickle current through a transistor. The other big difference is that a MOSFET works on voltage instead of current. With the transistor, of the 3 leads, your current that you're supplying is bleeding out, or in, it depends on PNP or NPN configuration. Your current is bleeding out of one of the leads. So you give it a little bit of current, and that triggers a lot of current. With a MOSFET, you give it voltage level, and it flicks and or whatever. You give it the voltage, and it'll transmit a lot of stuff. But my understanding is that voltage. Is there a bleed through voltage that on a MOSFET? I haven't worked with MOSFETs specifically in any other capacity than to use it as a. I think MOSFETs are primarily meant to be a switch. Correct me if I'm wrong, but a MOSFET controls voltage, but the transistor controls current. Yes, except mostly MOSFETs are meant to switch things. They're not meant to, I don't think, amplify things. Am I wrong about that? Most people never have the mean stage. Yeah, I didn't have the mean stage. I'm not a mean person. Okay, so anyway, hooking these leads up for 12 volt power. Let's turn the power supply off before we start hooking stuff up all willy-nilly. Twitch stream is better than YouTube today. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what's hobbling YouTube. It's in kind of a background window. Okay, so we need to just basically hook one lead of this up to here. Well, two. One is ground, but my understanding is, well, okay, my question, here, that's more like it. My question is, can the 3.3 volt RP2040 trigger the MOSFETs? I think it can. But I guess we'll just test it. We'll just put it to a test lead. I'm not on any meds. What you said about being under stress and focusing, the problem that I have is either I have 3 levels of stress. Very stressed, get anxiety, or very less stressed, not focused at all. Balance the amount of stress, what happens once a week, laser sharp focus. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things is that ADHD is executive dysfunction. And executive dysfunction has an insidious little mode that it gets into where your to-do list is overwhelming to you. And so it looks like you're being a lazy asshole and not doing anything, but you're really sort of in a deep pit of anxiety level motivators that are all fighting at the door to get in. It's like the Mr. Burns syndrome, but it's all your tasks trying to get in and get you to do them. And so that kind of shuts you down. But yeah, it's an insidious condition. It's horrible. But that's okay because we all have the same microplastics in our balls. All right, let's just hook this thing up and stop talking about ADHD for a little bit. VN minus going in there. And then VN plus in the other one. It's probably not a good idea for me to squish my test leads like this, but... But we are just kind of rapidly going through this. He looked like he thinks he doesn't have microplastics in his balls. All right. Okay, that immediately popped out, so maybe that's a bad idea. I have 1,000 things running through it. I cannot select one. I don't know. What I had used to be called ADHD Phi. Or Phi or Nanny McPhee. I don't fucking know. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's all that stuff. Mine is like a hyperactivity calmness. I can't, okay, so these easy hook leads have been very annoying, but I don't want my leads to heat up. If I use any other ones, they've got much less, what's going on here? Much less copper in them, so they get super hot. This is, okay. Here we go. Getting mad, I'm getting mad. I need to find different leads. Let me find different leads. I have ones that are banana plugs on the end, but I don't think that's really going to work out for me. Or maybe I can do... Okay, I have an idea. No. All right, let me go. Let me find new leads. I have new leads are over here. Sounds like a fun fraternity. No, they just sit around all day. Take leads to them, make sure they're copper, not copper-coated steel. Why? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. These are banana to banana. Banana. I don't know if I want banana to nanner. Like, can I hook a wire up to the banana? No, I can't. It doesn't do anything for me. I could use the RC leads in order to do bananas. Actually. Oh no, but I don't have them over here. I don't know what happened to those leads. I had RC barrel plugs, those gold barrel plugs with wires sticking out of them. Is that these? Oh yeah, but these are the miniature kind, so I can't use that either. Darn it. all of my test equipment has been wrapped up in musical instrument stuff. Maybe we'll just reappropriate the musical instrument stuff. Where did my 3 leads go? We were using plus, minus, and ground in order to do op-amp stuff. And so I had these power supply leads configured in a group of 3 for the longest time. Here it is. So we'll just use this. We'll only use 2 of the leads. Gosh darn synthesizers ruining my stream for like a year and a half. Used to be able to do this kind of stuff quickly. Nice mill. I won the Reddit Millionaire Maker contest, which was a shower thought, because, you know, Reddit. Shower thought, which was, hey man, if like all the people on this subreddit pitched in, we could make somebody a millionaire. And so what they would do is run these little contests where they would get a name out of the comments on the why didn't it do the Discord for the X? Oh, weird. Anyway, so they had that sort of shower thought idea, and so it spawned this whole Reddit Millionaire Makers thing, where if you just leave a comment in a thread, you could be selected, and then everybody would voluntarily donate to you. And I won that. 4 o'clock in the morning, I refresh my browser, and it says I have a PM. And the PM was, hey, you just won the Millionaire Makers thing. And I was like, oh, shit. So I had to make a bunch of anonymous accounts. Oh, yeah, I really did. I had to make a bunch of anonymous accounts. I got almost a full Bitcoin out of it, which is far and away more money. If I had kept that Bitcoin, I would have far and away more money than I got through direct donations. Except way back in the day, Reddit did not have two-factor authentication. And so when I connected some Bitcoin stuff to my account, because people were giving away Bitcoin left and right, they were leaving them in comments using a little system of bots. And so I signed up for all that stuff because I figured it would be fun or funny if I got Bitcoin through that. Cool, whatever. Bitcoin's like $2 a Bitcoin or something. It was like $5. And so it's not one hell of a CNC. It's actually really kind of crappy. So anyway, I made all those anonymous accounts and stuff, and it turns out without the two-factor authentication, there was a leak of Reddit account passwords. And so someone's got into my account and drained almost all of the Bitcoin. So much for that. I was going to hold on to that for a long time, probably until now, and then cash out on it and get like, I had like $20,000, but nope, not anymore. So yeah, that's something in the back of my mind. But anyway, the actual money, that was Terrain Labs. The actual money that I got from that Reddit Millionaire Makers contest was about $1,500. What do you do with $1,500 in current year? You know, you could contribute towards rent, but that's kind of weak. So what I did is I bought a mill. I used to have a drill press over there, but I've wanted the ability to be able to cut sideways and do all that machining stuff. So I've learned a lot about machining in the past X number. Have a few salads delivered. Yeah, I could have bought half a delivery meal. That's not, well, in current year, but back then I could have bought a lot of pizzas. But anyway, it's like I wanted to get something that physically represents that so that I have a story to tell. So when people go, hey, nice mill, I can tell that whole story. So that's what the mill is. It is a Sieg X3 clone from a company called Grizzly. It's not a great mill. I mean, it's basically, it's like a half step from a drill press, right? That's essentially all it is. Eventually, maybe we'll CNC it. But for now, actually moving the knobs feels like you're doing work and you're doing cool stuff. It's not, I've attached a DRO to it for $300. It's just like the cost of the whole thing. The machining stuff, all the tools for it that make it a good mill, that was expensive. I know the Australian YouTuber that has a similar one put a bunch of like pig metal in it, like scraps, and then poured epoxy on it to make it a little bit more stable. But once tuned, they work great. This one walks a little bit. It's at some point in the near future, we'll take it apart. We'll take it apart and then we'll make it we'll take it apart and then we'll put it back together, but this time put grease in it in all the right places and tune it as we put it back together, because I basically took it out of the crate and that was it. I just started using it directly from there. And while it was in pretty good shape there, I don't think they took a lot of time to like really make sure everything was parallel and flat. But then as soon as I do that, I'm going to learn how flexible all of my metal is on that mill. We never do anything too complicated with it. Leads, here they are. I need, unfortunately, because these things aren't like direct into the screw terminals, I do need to put just a little lead on the end. Get the lead out. Oh, that's a screwdriver thing. Which one is minus and plus? I have to stick to the polarity on this because MOSFETs are not pole agnostic. I don't know what they're polar. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. That's the language I learned how to use. So 2 leads here, plus and minus. That'll get 12 volts. Everything else will power off a USB for now. It is more fun if the wireless device is actually wireless and not tethered down with a USB pin, but we are just kind of noodling about at the moment. So minus, plus. To test things, I'm going to turn this on and just make sure that nothing blows up. All right, 11 volts, 0 amps, nothing's good, nothing's doing, we're good. Cool, all right, turn that back off. Take them apart to clean the loop. Yeah, it's covered in dust too. It's completely covered in dust, and the DRO broke. My horizontal axis no longer works, so something was rubbing, and or maybe a cable popped off or something like that, because it wasn't accurately reading me my horizontal, which is pretty bad. Let's see here. I am going to do a BRB, and I'm going to open the door. My Corgi is home alone, or rather, my Corgi and I are home alone, but the door up there is closed. I want to open it up to make sure that in case she wants to come down here and see me shout at the furniture, she can. She always has that option. It's just that, I don't know, she doesn't like the noise. So I'm just going to quickly put this back on and do a BRB screen. If you're on YouTube, you can't hear the music, but if you're on Twitch, you can. This is going to be 5 seconds, so just trust that I'll be back, okay? And I'm going to leave you guys here. Don't use the stove while I'm gone. Please don't use the stove. And there's like a can of food, I think, in the cabinet for you. I'll BRB. Wait, where's my overlays? Here we go. No, that's scenes, overlays, BRB. Put this little guy on the screen. Oh, the freak broke. I need to fix my file server. Oh my God. All right, I'll be right back. As soon as I put her down, she ran away. She's already back upstairs. She's already back upstairs. Fade that out. She's a heavy dog. That's a 40-pound dog. Whew, okay. I know, she's a wonderful dog. She's so great. But she doesn't like it when I yell at the furniture, and it's nap time right now, so she's already fled. Get another one of these. Get the brand name out of the way. All right, back to what we were doing. We're going to give chat the ability to flip this solenoid. Whew, okay. A new refreshing soda. When I play computer games with friends online, I have the previously the AT2020, now I have the AT4040, the Audio-Technica, like professional microphone. So I would open up a drink and pour it, and they would get basically a TV commercial audio of me pouring a drink. It would do the whole glug, 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 shh, and then I'd take a sip and go, ah. It was like the exact audio. Very annoying for my friends, so I did it a lot. She's camera shy. She's more averse to me yelling at the furniture and moving the stool around because it goes burp every time I move it. Big Pixels. Speaking of Big Pixels, thank you for the Prime for 12 months. By the way, you guys, Jeff Bezos sitting at a console, right? He does work sometimes, so he sits at a console all day, and a little red light turns off when you use that Prime, and he goes, no, because otherwise he would have gotten your $5. Twitch Prime, I think it does remind you now, but it doesn't like permanently subscribe to somebody. If you have Prime, I have it for shipping, just because, good ship, I could buy stuff all day and it just keeps coming to my house. It's Amazon's okay at sourcing parts. It's not great, but that's why I have the Prime. But alongside of it, I get a free subscription to whatever streamer I feel like. So what are we breaking today? A Wemos D1 Mini Pro. That's this thing here. This is the sensitive part of this whole thing. Well, it's also going to be electrically hooked up to my computer. So there's a potential that if I get this so wrong, that something really bad could happen to my computer. Although there's a pretty significant amount of isolation. I think these MOSFETs are going to keep us rather safe from our big 12 volts happening. Amazon had the best price on my 35-inch tires for the H2. Oh, does that need like specific tires? I just go with Pilot PS2s. It's just what I use. I wonder what the prices are like lately. I think I probably need new Summers. I need to register my car as a classic car, by the way. My car it counts as a classic now. All right, so I need my jumper kit. Where's my jumper kit? Yumpers! Yumpers and yumpers. All of these yumpers. Let me find the kit. It's like a little box full of wires. Where'd it go? $380. That's not a bad price. I don't know what the prices the PS2s are doing these days. That's it all till last Friday. Oh, wait a minute. Is YouTube chat coming through? I think it is. Oh, right. This is a while ago. Okay, sorry. Just trying to keep up with what people are saying. Just got here. What are we breaking? Yeah, okay, I got that one. Yeah, I need to put my winters on. I haven't put my winters on in forever. I got those tire rack, like tire hanging things where you can, it's like a rack that you put high up in the garage. So basically my winters have been living above the garage door, and I haven't had the ability to go get them. The ladder that we have here is from the 1980s. It's literally as old as I am, I think. And it is just a rickety piece of shit. That scares the shit out of me every time I have to go up there. So I was thinking of a sweet little project that we could do. I don't know how I can source a winch, but I was going to hook a rope or well, I guess a cable winch up to one of the DeWalt batteries. That way I could climb the rickety piece of shit ladder, put it on an eye hook that would be on a ceiling beam, and then tie something around the tire and have it lower and then come back. 3D print it. A cable winch that's going to hold a car tire? I don't know about that. You guys have these like canned responses to stuff. It's sometimes just a little weird. Where are my wire wrapping kits? What happened to this? We've had all kinds of wire wrapping stuff out lately. They should be local. They shouldn't be in that drawer. They should be over here. They're probably buried under all of this detritus. Use another car as a counterbalance. I'm going to stop reading chat because it's starting to make me mad. All right, where is my wire jumpers? Yeah, here they are. They are literally below all the crap that I've been just sort of pushing off to the side. I mean, I do have a little, like, I don't have a collapsible block. It would be good if I had one, because then I could just take a piece of rope out to the garage and do all that stuff. And actually, if I use another wheel as a counterbalance, then I could use it to hoist the other ones up. But yeah, anyway. Boat trailer winches or boat trailer winch. That's not motorized though. I want it to be already motorized because I'm lazy. And then you can 3D print, but you could also just buy the DeWalt battery adapters. Some of them have a switch on it, but then I could use these things to turn on and off the motor. Yeah, I want it pre-motored. Premeditated. Motorated. So this is an ESP8266. It's the RP2040 and some kind of a Wi-Fi thing, I guess. I don't know. These were really cheap back in the day. They were like super duper cheap. But then the ESP8266, I think, like took its place. So I've got a couple of these in a drawer. They're good for like these little RF projects, these little chat interactive things. I can just kind of throw this thing onto the breadboard and get it running. That's what they do a lot of the time. A lot of these winches are actually just putting a drill on it, and they're meant for that. And so I was thinking, like, I do have those drill motors and the gearbox for the drill, but I don't really want to get that involved. We can just use D5. I don't know, D0, is that doing anything? Can we use D0? Let's use D0. So we're just gonna have D0 set this thing off. So once we activate D0, the LED should come on, and our 12 volts will be going to our solenoid at 3 amps. So these wires are not adequate for this, but we're only flipping it for a split second. And if we need to, we can add capacitors to the voltage side. We would add capacitors over on this side here, and then that would charge the capacitor. And once the capacitor is charged, if we flip it over, it'll supply a huge inrush current. BF Goodrich, KO2s last 20 years. The KO3s are as good. I just run winters and summers. That way the tires last longer, and the tire is your interface with the road, right? It's active safety. If you can get out of a situation because you're grippy, that's always good. Badland. 2,000-pound marine electric winch, $90. That's not bad. Maybe I should figure that out. Okay. USB. I'm pretty sure that other USB cable we had is a data cable, so I'd like to use the slightly longer one. See, the thing is here, I have a lot of extension stuff going on with USB. The streaming computer is in this corner. I have cameras that go all the way over to the wall over there, and I have cameras that go all the way to the gaming computer over here. So I have a USB 3 7-port hub sitting right here, and then there's a wire, a USB cable that goes back out and around behind all this stuff over to here, where it goes to the Steam controller's little desktop block. And the Steam controller desktop block is just to give me a USB socket that's somewhere in the vicinity of the soldering iron. So sometimes I will plug something into it and it's too long and I can't actually program an Arduino. But I had a cable that I liked. That's a headphone cable. That's a headphone cable. Okay, maybe I don't have it. Maybe I'll have to use this one. That's a soldering iron wire. Oh my God, this place is an absolute wreck. Oh, here we go. That's not going to work at all. All right, so this goes in here, and now we need to spend a minute or two making our software. So our software is going to be based on what we already have. Basically, what we need is for this device to wake up, connect to Wi-Fi, register to the topic that it's going to pay attention to on MQTT, and then listen in for a signal. Be crazy, be funny for the emote launcher, having an espresso machine steam generator make high pressure steam for the solenoid to launch them. That would be awful. I do not want to get punted in the face by something that uses steam. Steam is extremely dangerous. Ryan Labs, thanks for hanging out. All right, so we're down here. I'm going to keep the ideal light in view. Move this thing out this way. Get this out of the way. Move this over here. And then we need to do just a little bit of software stuff. We need to do just a little bit of programming. That's why I said it would be crazy. Okay, well, that's true. Okay, so let's go to Arduino. And we have the channel point fart box. And then we have the simple Wi-Fi. Close the simple Wi-Fi. We don't need that anymore. This program is meant for the farts. And so it's got in it a whole bunch of timing stuff that we're going to rip out. And we're going to make a skeleton of the previous software. So I am actually going to go to File, Save As, and I'm going to save this as, I guess, Solenoid Skeleton is probably going to be the name. Steam is worse than actual fire, to my understanding. Steam carries with it a lot of energy. And so working with steam, I mean, we've used it for centuries, but as an engineer, working with steam is like terrifying. So yeah, anyway, so we're going to make this into our solenoid skeleton. Solenoid skeleton. And so up here at the top, we're going to call this solenoid skeleton instead of fartbox 3K. We are going to keep Arduino over the air. We're going to keep the MQTT client. We're going to keep 8266 Wi-Fi. The OTA allows us to program this remotely in case this were on batteries sitting somewhere. Why create a fart machine when you can eat beans? I mean, you know, I've been called a machine before. We're going to keep our debug in there, define it as 0, because I don't really know if we're going to need the debug today. The Wi-Fi information is my little intranet here, Glorious PCMR, and the password's dead beef. That's all stays the same. Oh, and under debug, it'll be solenoid skeleton debug. Actually, this one can have the same title for both. The reason the fart box had different ones is because the tester for the fart box, is this board right here. And this board right here, this specific ESP, this one can communicate on the serial pins, but in order to do the fart box, we needed to have all 9 of the pins of the extra I/O pins running on the ESP. So we had to disable TX and RX. If you try to enable TX and RX, weird stuff happens in the microcontroller. But in this case, we're building this over here on a Wemos D1 Mini. So we'll just have the same name for debug or not. And I guess we're not really going to need debug, so I'm going to set that as 0. Now, when we get down here, I mean, we've removed a lot of stuff there. We no longer need the fart buffer. Although, do we need some kind of like a command buffer with this thing? I think we're going to start without it. We're going to start without it. So we get rid of this stuff, and we can come back into this program and actually alter this if we need to. And this is going to be punch time. And we're going to set that. Well, actually, we might want to set that as a variable. We're not going to do button delay or Sir speed. We don't need either. Oh, wait, we do need Sir speed, though. My good night, Sir speed. We might have it so that we send it a time, and then I can alter it. Actually, that is probably what we should do. So the punch time will not be used there. We are going to have it so that a timing can send in and it will actuate 1 pin. And logic, blah, 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 final states dictated by the ping timer. Most of the stuff in here is untested. So if the software kills your cat, don't blame me. No more config file. Anarchy reigns. The node just needs to point to MQTT. Need a message queue. These were my notes from last time. So let's just do that. This just takes in a MS timing from the MQTT packet through node. So what we'll have is just a very simple machine, and so our fart timing and pin number table doesn't need to be in here. We don't need our fart time. I sat there and I timed the farts in milliseconds. Q, farts in the pipe would be something that we might bring back. Like if there's multiple redeems and they run into each other, although that really shouldn't probably happen. I'm not sure. The fartware has been written. Gasware. What? Last toot and Boolean farting we don't need. So our network ish is that we define our Wi-Fi client and our MQTT client. Then, of course, as I say, with microcontrollers, your setup and your main typically really shouldn't have code in it. There shouldn't be code in your setup and your loop. Arduino does setup and loop. Sometimes people don't even include a loop in. I think Arduino needs it, but like other microcontrollers won't even have a loop. They'll just have that setup, and then it's all callbacks in order to get your functions to happen. But basically, in this sort of flavor of C, everything is function-based, and all the code is in functions. The functions do the job of describing to me what's going on. So in setup, I have set up the serial, set up the Wi-Fi, set up over the air, set up pins, set up MQTT, and then setup is done. So in this case, we actually only have one pin. Let's go to setup pins, and I guess I need to define it. So up here, where are we going to do that? Let's just put it in over here. So this one is going to be pins, and we're going to have define, and that's going to be solpin. Solpin is equal to D0. I don't need that there. Maybe just the number 0, or should I put it in as, let's do Wemos D1 mini pin out. Oops, Control Shift T. Wemos D1 mini pin out. D0 is GPIO 16. So I can either put, I guess I can put D0 in here if we're going to be defining this, the D1 up here for the pinout. Board is a ESP8266 board, and it's the Wemos D1 Mini Pro. Is that not supported in here? Wemos D1 Mini Pro. There we go. You ever play that game where you're Finland driving around fighting people and drinking beer anymore? Yeah, of course. I haven't played it in a couple years, actually, but I would like to bring it back. We started Jedi Knight Academy, but Jedi Academy, or whatever that game, and we never got back to it. I've been playing a lot of Abiotic Factor lately. That's been the game that's been sucking up all of my time. And then my buddy and I, if you guys remember, we did a ODST stream a million years ago. That friend, we did the new missions that were released. They released a couple Halo things for Halo 2 primarily, but it's like a couple mods that uncovered some ancient Halo lore, like the E3 demo of Halo 2, which was pretty cool. Okay, anyway. So same name for both of those, but we keep that code in there just in case we want to use it again. In pins, I do sol pin, and I'm labeling that D0. Does that go in anything like quotes or anything like that? I guess not. D0 will then be put into the thing that actually sets up the pins. So let's find setup pins down here. And then in this case, this actually iterated through the pins that were being set up. I am just going to take this whole thing pin mode, LED built in as an output. I don't really use that ever, I think. Are we using that when we set up the regular stuff? No. LED built in. That's a really awkward built-in thing. Oh, so this blinks it. When setup is finished, it does a little blinky dance with the light. Okay, so we do need to set up LED built-in. I'll keep that. Set up pins. Don't need this. We know no more if statements. Pin mode, digital write, and then pin mode. This would be, what did I call it again? Sulpin. Sulpin. Output. Digital write. Sulpin. Doing that is just clean housekeeping. I don't think the microcontrollers do this anymore, and it's possible that in the background, like in the under the hood, Arduino might be setting this to low or high for us already. I'm just going to do it to be nice so that it doesn't ambiguously set it. It probably would leave it low. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure actually. So anyway, we just make sure that we define the state of our output in the code. All right, so from there, what do we do? From there, we've set up our pins, we've set up MQTT, and we're getting on the topic of punch box. We'll call it punch box. So the robot name is solenoid skeleton. Maybe I'll just call that punch box. Lowercase p. Punchbox is a shorter name. It won't take up a lot of space in the menu. That's just what you see in the IDE when you go to program it over the air. And then this is what topic the MQTT broker is looking for. So when we send something over MQTT, we're going to send it to Punchbox, and then the contents of it will be a number from 0 to 255 that represents the millisecond timing of the press of the button. I'm not going to let you guys do your own timing. I'm doing it this way so we don't have to keep reprogramming it in order to get it to, in order to figure out what the timing should be. And then after that, I can do the node red stuff and then hand it over to you guys to play with for a little bit. Fart inserter, fart is equal to 0. We don't need the fart inserter anymore. So we check MQTT, and if we get a thing, we get a callback. So the fart inserter, we no longer need to punch our farts into anything. We don't need the fart knocker anymore. The MQTT callback is where everything's going to happen. So if we get a message size, we convert it back into numbers. Now 0 to 9 is not really going to work. That's not going to work here. We need to get the whole number. So we may need to use some prints initially to figure this out. We check MQTT and then we call back to here. We don't need table. Check Wi-Fi, setup done, set up serial, set up Wi-Fi, set up MQTT, set up pins, set up OTA. Okay, cool. So down here, we're in the business of actually what we're doing. So the MQTT callback is where all the action is going to happen. So if debug void table, I don't need that. We don't need this entire function. That was just going to print out the table of values. So, okay, cool. So here we are. We're doing the business. We're doing it. We're programming. I need to get a whole ass number out of the beginning of this thing, not part of a whole ass number. If message size, if we get a message size, we do this. So as far as I know, I'm not good at working with serial, so I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do. If I do MQTT client.parse message, what happens there? Because we're let's take a look. Let's actually just serial print it. We'll do a debug. And we're not running this anymore. So this would be int message size. If message size, then is it character? I don't think it's like a character array, but I don't know how long it is. Do I need to define? All right, so MQTT client.parse message is something that I need to look up. I need to look up how to use this because their examples were not great. They didn't use that function in examples. I hate it when you get an Arduino thing and it works really, really well. One whole ass number, yeah. I hate it when you get an Arduino library and it works really well, but it's not documented enough for my dumb ass to get to know any of the actual commands and how to work with them. See, here I'm getting the GitHub of the individual. What is this crap? What's going on here? Get out of my face. Okay, in MQTT, wait, that's an integer return? Parse message. If RX state, MQTT, poll. How do I use this? Return RX length. So that's just whether or not, I wish they would tell me what this is. On message callback, int MQTT client parse message. If RX state is equal to RX state read publish payload, already had a message only partially lead discard RX state. Publish payload, poll. If RX state does not, message not received, return a 0. Return RX length. Wait, I thought parse message would mean something else. Yeah, I need to know what to do with, okay. Let's look at examples. And we are in Mellow Raid. What did I miss? Man, I really need Mellow Labs. How's it going? We need to hook up. We need to use Node-RED, and we need to hook up something physical to the raid indicator. I need to have like a banner drop behind me or something like that. Hey, yeah. Well, it's still people. It's still people. I welcome the 4 of you into the fray. We are a little bit deep right now in sort of reconfiguring the Fartbox code in order to work for the solenoid kicker. We hooked a little motor driver thingy, a little MOSFET thing up to our Arduino, our Wemos D1 Mini, and now we are going to actually make it kick a solenoid, and I will be able to select what number representing the amount of time the solenoid kicks. But I'm having a little trouble because it's not an amazingly documented MQTT client. Echo, callback, simple sender, receive callback. So the advanced callback, I'm not really concerned with the callback. I'm just concerned with the getting messages out of whatever buffer MQTT client has. So maybe this will help, but I'm not sure. So we get on the air. We've got our broker, our port, our topic. This might actually, no, in topic and out topic. I guess that's the right thing. And they're using testmosquito.org. So serial begin, while serial, wait for the serial port to connect. That's a little above and beyond the Call of Duty. Attempting to connect WPA SSID. Serial print line, you're connected to the network. You can provide a unique client ID. If not set, the library uses Arduino Millis. Each client must have a unique client ID. Okay. You can provide a username and password. Okay, so that's all that stuff. Will payload, will retain, will QoS. Client begin, attempting to connect to MQTT. That's all the business of getting onto MQTT. So, all right, we're working on it. I'm getting there. QoS, I don't know what that means. That's unsubscribing. We're not worried about that. Loop, poll the client. Timer. Hello world. That's setting, oh, sorry. Set the payload to be a thing. And then QoS dup. Okay, begin message, out topic, payload length, retained QoS and dup. And then print that you've done it. That's not what we're not interested in communicating back with MQTT. That's above our pay grade at the moment. All we want to do is get in a message, and we want to do something with the number that's in that message. So how do we get the number out of the message? We received a message, so on MQTT message, and then int message size is internally declared in here. So if we internally declared it, does it not have value? That's like a philosophical question. While MQTT client is available, serial print character MQTT client reads. So we're casting as a character whatever we're reading from the MQTT client while MQTT client is available. But I don't want to do that. I want to load it up into something where I can functionally work with the data. This is just serial printing it while the client is available. While there's data in the message, int message side. So do I need to, how does this work? Hold on a minute. This would be a read it until it's done. So do I need to buffer the characters that are coming back? And the weird thing is, can I actually make it, can I send it like a number and not have it come through as a character? If it does come through as a character, we need to subtract 48 from it in order to make it into, from character to int to like an actual number. Well, let's start with this while one, and we can play with it from there. So while MQTT client's available, serial print line character MQTT read, we're probably going to need to make a buffer of some kind. And so that while, when it's called, will load it in. I just wish there was a better way to do that. One of the other pieces of code had the MQTT client.parse message. That's kind of the way that I want to do it. I want to do it with one line of code. Instead of loading something into a buffer, I want it to just spit out what I want. And I think it might do that. That's why I'm kind of pursuing that command and trying to figure out what it is. I don't want to do this. Where the hell did I find this code then? Let's open up the other example. So I'm going to open up the other example and see if we can't figure this out right now. Yeah, we got a little bit of time. Oh, that's HTTP client. That's all that stuff. We're up here in Arduino MQTT client. And they're echo, simple receive callback, simple sender. We were looking at advanced callback, which doesn't appear that advanced, does it? Echo, maybe? Let's see what echo does. My echo, my shadow, and me. Yoink. Okay, do all the business. Blah, 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 blah. Unsigned long current millis, blah, 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 blah. Echo, count, and message print line. Okay, that's not helping. That's not helping me. This thing is just sending out an echo. Here it is. Message size is equal to MQTT client.parse message. If message size, so if it's a positive integer, serial print received a message with topic. The length is message size, print line bytes, and then this again is how they get it out of there. They do that same thing. While MQTT client.available, which means there's an internal buffer for the MQTT client, and so every time they read it, it's going to be available. There's character in the buffer, and so you can read that character, then you can read the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and then when it gets to 0, you're done reading, and we're out of the loop. So that's how they do that. I hate that. I really wish I could just call it and throw it into something. But we would need to read each character, and I guess each character in the number of the message that it's sent, and turn it into an integer that we could then multiply by tens and ones. That's ridiculous. There's got to be a better way. How do people with microcontrollers do this stuff? So parsing, serial parsing of a message. Arduino serial input parse. I'm a little weak on this part of the microcontroller stuff, is getting a message in. Read this tutorial. Sure. Why not? I'm not above doing that. This is a revised version of the advice in this earlier thread, which has become very long. I hate this. We're on an ARG now. We suddenly signed up for an ARG instead of just getting some information. As far as possible, kept the code. Receiving a single character, organizing into functions, receiving single characters from the serial monitor, a more complete system. All right, let's get through this. Newcomers often seem to have difficulty with the process of receiving serial data. You're darn tootin'. Especially when they need to receive more than a single character. That's me. That's me. I'm that guy. I am that guy. That's me. The fact that there are 18 different functions listed in the serial reference page probably does not help. It's going to help me at all. See, the thing is, we're doing serial receive, but that's with an MQTT message. So I don't know if any of these functions actually do anything for me. If serial, available for write, begin, end, find until, flush, parse, float. Parse, float. We all float down here. Parse, int. Can I parse int of the MQTT message in one line? So if while the client is available, I don't think we need while client is available. This would be more like, oh wait, this is the example. Hold on, let's close these examples. Wi-Fi advanced callback. You're out of here. Okay, so if let's check MQTT. We're down here. If message size, if we have a message size, then can we parse int? It didn't like that. Maybe I need to capitalize. Let's look at parse int. Yeah, we might as well try it. I might as well just throw it on and try it. Let's just see if we can do that. Capital I. Serial.parseInt. So MQTT client dot parse int parsnippity inherits from the stream utility class. In particular, parsing stops when no characters have been read, no valid digits. Serial parseInt look ahead, ignore. Serial port object, see the list of available. Look ahead is the mode used to look ahead in the stream for the integer. We're just sending the integer directly. Skip all, skip none, skip white space, ignore used to skip the indicated character in the search. So we don't need any of this stuff. It returns a long. Parse int returns a long. I am no programmer fancy pants man, but I'm pretty sure long isn't an int. I guess they wanted extra space in case the int had flow over. I thought we just get an int out of an int. Not supposed to be. No, we're parsing the serial buffer into an int. The serial buffer contains that message, and it contains it in characters. So you need to turn the characters back into an integer. And the way we were doing it before was because all the characters exist on a table of values, because everything in a microcontroller boils down to a binary number, right? So everything in there is a binary number. But if you define it as characters, then the microcontroller knows, or whatever, you apply it to the character table, and it knows that number 75 is actually the letter C, and stuff like that. So the numbers 0 to 9 are characters that are stored from 48 to 48 plus 9. So if you take If you subtract that number from the number, then you're left with the actual integer. That works really well for when you have one character, but if you have the number 45, that's 2 characters. And so you have 2 numbers that you have to parse through in order to make that into an actual number. Somewhere in the IDE is all of that, and I don't need to program something weird like that. They can just use a function in order to do that for me. Put the whole message in a buffer using read, blah, 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 then use the C function, a toy, or Arduino's string.toInt function to convert it to a number. Well, I'm skipping all that. I think this will work. This is parseInt is part of the serial buffer stuff. But I mean, secondary to doing it this way, if this fails, we could probably do it the way that you're saying. Because we can get the individual characters and put them into, what is that? What is a toy? I've never heard of that before. And then you can also just read the buffer size. Okay. Well, okay. Well, let's just try it. Let's try. We're using a serial function to use the MQTT broker, but I think I think this is valid. I think it still works. Doesn't have a parseInt function. ASCII to integer. Okay. It doesn't have a parseInt function. Would this somehow be able to use serial in order to parse the buffer? Would it treat the buffer the same way, or is that just going to fail as something that parseInt can't do? Int is equal to parseInt, and we may have to go back and do it the way Big Gizmo says, because it's possible that this stuff isn't like supported by, I guess. It's being defined as an MQTT thing, isn't it? So it probably doesn't have this function. It'd be nice if it did. Yeah, it's parsing as MQTT client. So that's probably not going to work. Okay, fine. But let's just see. Serial print line. All right, so this should be inside of a debug function. We'll do that later, because I think this is doomed to fail, unfortunately. Let's just see if it compiles. I won't even throw it onto the Wemos. I'll just see if it compiles. Because yeah, you're totally right. This would be contained within that code and not the overall. If it takes this, it has no reason to know to look in the serial stuff for this. Unless it secretly contains that function. That would be nice. Reading it. Yeah, it doesn't. Fire Knocker was not declared in the scope. Wait a minute. Check it again. Come on, bud. Let's go. There we go. If this compiles, I'm going to be kind of shocked. If it compiles, we then need to do something with the number. Although, I guess we are doing something with the number in this code. So we can throw this code up and we can see if it serial prints a number that we give it through Node-RED. There's no way. Because how would it know? How would it know? Other than the fact that, because I don't even declare serial in the main code unless we're debugging. Oh, debug is equal to 0. Wait, we need to set debug equal to 1. We messed up. We messed up. Oh God, there's a lot of compiling that these things do too. Beep bop, beep bop, beep bop. Is it bad form to write code while compiling? I want to note down what Ben Gizmo said, but it liked it. It actually okay, well, let's set debug to 1 and then upload this and see what happens. That would be crazy. Why would it know to use the function in serial? Because I'm not using it. It's not a serial dot. How do it know? Well, let's give it a shot. Let's upload the code to the Wemos, and let's just check that I have the right port. Port. Not the fart box. Nope. Oh, it's not even plugged in. Okay, so let's plug this thing in. If I plug this thing in, I wonder if the solenoid's going to go crazy. Okay, I have the power off to it. Good. Good. Hold on, wait a sec. That's going to confuse my computer. Sorry, computer. You said USB was able to be plugged in and unplugged. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, I guess if you're cherry picking your favorite serial commands to use, parseint's going to be a really nice one to put in there. No, actually, you're not dumb. No. Listen, it was a complete like I assumed that it would have a serial function when its functions aren't. I mean, I guess if they're using a serial style buffer, it's good to have the same functions, but this library seems to be fairly limited, but I haven't found a big list of functions, and I haven't found an explanation for the functions in it. So it's weird that they would have done that. Okay, let's click upload. Oh wait, I didn't choose the serial port. No. Don't upload. Don't do it. Oh shit. I'm gonna unplug the fart box. Okay. We gotta save the code in the fart box. I didn't want trigger that. I had to unplug the fart box in order to save its brain from getting written over. Misinput. There's an error! Error! I can't see MQTT client being a derived class at all. What needs to happen for that to, like, I thought, so we pull in Arduino MQTT client up here, and then down here, we do MQTT client of Wi-Fi client. It's a public client, which is a stream. I don't know how any of this crap works, you guys. I have learned to pantomime looking like a coder without actually learning how to code. All right, no answer. Tools port. COM 7. I wiped my comms. We were up to COM like 47 on this stream. We had COM 47 going on. It was amazing. All right, so now we're looking at the COM port instead of Wi-Fi. So I can plug this back in. The Arduino OTA makes it a little dangerous because it assumes that your port is a Wi-Fi device. So if you accidentally, like I did, hit code or hit upload, it'll wipe something before you realize. So we're COM 7, Wemos D1 Mini Pro, upload. Which one is this? Which one is that? Let me verify. I'm not sure. I got it. I guess we can look in just a second. Or hold on, it's writing. There you go. Ben Gizmo remembers. Hard resetting via RTS. We look at our serial monitor. Wi-Fi, over the air, our pins are good, our MQTT is good, and our setup's good. So we did all that, but we still have nothing in Node-RED to support it. So now I actually need to go to Node-RED, and I need to actually program in Node-RED this functionality. So let me find the right window. There it is. Okay, so Node-RED, and we're just going to throw a little tiny flow out down here at the bottom. And I will use this toggle that's already here. Payload is actually not going to be toggle. It will be 35 milliseconds. And the message topic, close that, click done. Here we have our MQTT. It's hooked up to serve2, which is just what I called it. Subscribe to a single topic, and that single topic is going to be, and I remind myself of what it is over here. Remind myself of how I programmed your brain. Okay, so it's going to be punchbox. Lowercase p, uppercase p. Show me the p. Lowercase p. Punchbox. Punchbox. Things are apparently boxes around here. Auto detect, parse, JPON, blah, 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 blah. Done. So now we have the very difficult, oh, this is actually the wrong direction. We're not worried about returns from punchbox. So we need to actually bring in an MQTT output from node red, from my server, serve to, topic, punchbox. Yeah. Bonk. And very complicated. Deploy. Successfully deployed. Cool. All right, so if we send the punchbox a 35, what in the heck happens? We look at our serial monitor. How can I get both of you on the screen at the same time? Right there. And I push the button. And then nothing happens. So our function is not being called. Our buffer is not being filled with anything. Oh, wait a minute. Is this coming in as, okay, this needs to be JSON. So JSON and then put 35 in quotes. Deploy. Successfully injected 35, but we're not seeing it over here. All right, are we calling, that message callback will come every time there's a message. So if there's a message sent out to the thing, it should get that. When I'm doing this one, I set the message payload to be equal to the value of payload reward message, which is the number in quotes as JSON. Yeah, that should be good. And then we check to see whether it's between 0 and 9, although that is in character space. But what I'm doing is I'm setting it equal to message payload reward value, which should be the right thing. So not uppercase like in server topic. Server topic is lowercase pb, and then lowercase pb. Okay, yeah, that's the same. It's in the right thing. Can I steal this now? This is Oodle's better code. I just randomly found it in the list of things, but yeah. Okay, so we're on the right thing. We are listening properly. We have our ability to inject something in there. When it gets parsed, something is happening and nothing is happening. So what's going on there? Whenever this thing gets data, it comes down and it runs this function. When it runs the function, it checks to see if there's a message size, although we're running this function, so obviously there has to be a message size. If there's a message size, integer dunno is equal to mqtt client.parseInt, which is a return of a long, but I guess it just gets shoved into the integer. Hopefully the extra characters don't explode. Serial print line dunno, and that should give us a thing, but it's not. It's giving us nothing. So we're not even, I mean, even if it was failing to make that integer, it should still have a value because we declared it there. If it's being declared, are we never getting a message size? Am I sending the wrong thing? Should be fine. Message.payload, JSON is equal to 35, in quotes. That's our entire thing. That should go through MQTT, and it should get to our destination. What if I send it, I mean, just a number without the quotes? But that's, I don't know if that's really good. That's not really going to do anything. Yeah, nothing. So where are we losing out here? We did setup, we did MQTT, we did our pins, we did our over-the-air, and we did our Wi-Fi. So we've got all of the systems up. Yeah, it would do something, right? It should do something. What if we just... What if we just take this as sort of a quick test to see that everything's working properly? So I'm going to just print message. Let's upload that to the device. Did I click the button? Yes, okay. Forgot if I clicked the button or not. You want to check that on QTT message is called again, and what message size actually is. I'm just going to put a serial print line in here for the message and the code that I know works. I think maybe parseInt might be doing something weird. What if message size is 0? It shouldn't be 0. If the message size is 0, then I don't want anything to do with it. And this is code that we know works. All right, so that did everything, and now we're waiting for a message. Send it to 35. Nothing. Send it in quotes. Actually, send it just to the number 5. Nothing. That's really weird. That's really weird. So insofar as we've been able to set up in the past, this is what's worked. This has actually been the thing that worked. Yeah, if there's a message callback and the size isn't 0, you would have seen some sort of print. We've gotten this working before. I don't know why it's not working right now. Okay, let's think about this. Think about this, because we used a toggle to send a complicated command to Tasmota. That's fine. But previously, we had the fart box doing this business, and it was able to print out the singular number using pretty much exactly the code that's here. Parse message just gives us the size. But let's get rid of all the extra stuff. I don't need this stuff. If the message has size to it, there, that's all we have operating right now. Did I on MQT? I didn't alter any of this code, so. And we're setting up the callback up here. MQTT client.onMessage on MQTT message. We have subscribing to the server topic. And that's all typed correctly. Literally the easiest thing in the world, and it can't seem to handle it. And this is how the examples did it. They have if message size or while message size. Let me check. Let's check the example. Examples, and then MQTT client, and simple receive callback, I believe. Yeah, but there should be a message and it should have size, right? Those two things should be. Oh, okay, let's do this. Client poll on message while it's available, dot available. Should I be using data? Maybe I should be using this instead of message size, because they're bringing in message size, but they use that one. So let's use that one. Let's do what they're doing in the example. That's probably where this broke. That's where this broke down and everything fell apart, and we had to pick up the pieces of our former lives. I'll leave Dano in there. Microcontrollers, not as cool as micro machines. Comms, actually, they're way cooler. Comms 7, we're still on. We got all that stuff programmed in there, so I think I can just throw this up bleh, into the thing. Yeah, I think maybe it just has to do with the message size isn't doing what I thought it would. Maybe we can get it to parseInt. I'm not sure. It'd be cool if it did, but who knows? MQTT client.read, and then use a toy from that. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that, but we'll see. Let's just see what happens. Client.read does How do you do that on individual characters? I don't understand how that works. Hold on, let's oh yeah, let's serial. So we're back in. Should I reset again just in case? I think it's good. We set up and everything. So if I send it just 5, we still don't get anything. Damn it. Why are you like this? So that's weird. That's a strange thing. Is it in my MQTT stuff? If I just do, let's take an integer off of the fart box and send it directly over to this. So I'll do the redeem. You guys don't need to spend your channel points on this. You can read the whole MQTT client.read gets the whole thing in one command. Oh wait, that's not gonna, yeah, that'll do it. If I'm just send it 3 and then over here we get nothing. So something's wrong. Something is wrong. ESP node skeleton minimal client channel point fart. Wait, no, that's not the right one. That's not the right one. I need my fart code to see what works. This one has WebSockets, so that's not what we're looking for. Hold on a sec. Where is that? It's channel point fart node. My fart node. Got to read before you parse in. How are we doing it in here? How is it valid over here and not in the other one? Hold on, let's get down to brass tacks. If message size is equal to 1. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Yeah, because our message size is going to be bigger than 1. We need a greater than 1. Yeah, because I have it where it specifically equals 1. That's not going to work out. So I need to do, although I thought if MQTT client available would be the right thing to do too. But I guess that's a while it's available. There's a capital S in there. There's a capital S. There's a capital S. No, no, no. Read before you parse in. I don't know. Let's get it back to where it actually works. So if message size is greater than 1, we do the business. 12-volt car door. What was that? Car door popper is cheaper than an actuator you have. I'm at the beginning of stream on TV. 12-volt car door popper. Is that like super? I already have this one though. You know, this one's sitting in front of me. Does the car door popper have more punch to it? Okay, hard resetting. COM7. I gotta reset. Where's the button on this? It's on the side. Serialed. Got all that stuff set up. And now if I give it something from node. Huh. What if I do one of these? Something else is going on here because we're running the exact code. Oh wait, but I put in, okay, yeah, so if I run the exact code, and we do exactly what we did before, and debug is set to 1. Yeah. Okay, debug is set to 1. We got the exact code from the fart box. This should work in exactly the same way, only there's none of the table stuff going on. So if I upload this, that should get all the way to the serial monitor. We already know that it has in the past. Popper alone if you choose Lambo doors. I don't know. I think with just like a little like catapulty kind of thing, we can make this one work. It's just right now I want to do all this stuff because I thought we had pretty solid code working for it, and my logic to the code was okay. Everything should be all right, unless the Wemos, no, but it's still connecting to Wi-Fi and everything. So we have the right Wemos selected. It should be fine. So resetting via the pin report or whatever, we set everybody up. There we go. Now we're all set up and ready to go. And if I send it a fort, I want a fort. I fart, and I fart with the number 6. That should have printed out at 6 on there. There's no reason why it shouldn't have done that. Did you change something else in the code? I'm starting to second guess. That's what I'm thinking. The packet that's going to the fart box is instead being rerouted. Well, it's also being sent to the punch box. And so the punch box should be doing exactly what our test of the fart box is doing. If there's something that I wasn't like configuring properly, for some reason now, it does not serial print line. Pass 48 or greater unless signed negative. Okay. I don't, this should work. Let me do the exact code. Message size is equal to 1. Because I can't think of anything else that's changed. I didn't know I would need to back up all the way to here in order to it's like as soon as I tried to do something slightly different, everything broke. But the car door popper is meant to, it like pushes open a car door, right? I don't know. I think we can make this work. I already spent the money on it. It's not like I'm going to return it. All right, you got no excuse here. Give it a minute. Make sure that we're... Here, let me just restart it. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now we're on. And now if I not inject a 5 directly, but if I take a florp from here, give it the number 3, that should show up as a serial print. Something is wrong. Something weird is wrong. I used to fire off an exhaust cap. Hold on, I've got windows moved in front of this. Fire off an exhaust cap to lower the sound video on my channel. The flap lowers and raises on a button press. Interesting. Yeah, maybe I should look into those. I have this one sitting in front of me now, though, and we're supposed to be seeing whether or not this thing is strong enough. You see the video of the guy launching stuff with a solenoid discharging a cap through it? I mean, that's eventually going to be what we do, I think. We're going to discharge a cap through it. I may need like a diode to keep things from going crazy. No, we have a diode to keep things from going crazy. Yeah, that should work. That's a pretty strong diode, too. Yeah, where did I go wrong? So this is the callback when we get a message. All that we're missing is we do all of our setups, check Wi-Fi, over-the-air handle, poll the client, and then check MQTT. What is check MQTT doing? Check Wi-Fi, check MQT. If not MQT client connected, that's just our reconnect engine. Why would this not work? This worked just fine before. MQTT client.read -48. Cast as an integer. Int message. Message size is equal to 1. Where this is the code that works. This is the code that works. On MQTT message, message size is equal to 1. Int message is equal to the integerization of the MQTT client.read, fart inserter of the message. Is it something to do with the Wemos D1 Mini? I do not know. What do we have up here? So in our setup, Did I get, wait, where is this setup? That's way up here. It's check MQTT, and then the fart knocker just looks to see whether or not we have something that's been inserted. Wi-Fi, handle, poll, check MQ, fart knocker. Check MQ, let's take a look at that. See what we have in there. Check MQ is exactly the same. And then fart knocker. Fart knocker doesn't do anything with serial prints or anything like that, unless I call table. That is simply doing the business of pressing the button and stuff. So that has nothing to do with the MQTT stuff that we're looking at over here. On message, int message size. If message size is equal to 1, message is equal to an integerization of that. And by the way, that's what's currently powering the fart box. I don't see the handler registered to anything. That's up here where we tell the library what we're doing. We tell it where is that? It's on MQTT messages somewhere up here. Where is that? Where did that go? Oh, I think it's way over here. Hold on. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's setup MQTT. Okay, setup MQTT is where we do it. Here it is. MQTT client.onMessage is on MQTT message, and I think that's in both pieces of code. Yeah, there it is. So there it is in the solenoid skeleton, which is what we've been working on. And so this is where it's declared as the callback. That's after we do MQTT setup. Connection failed, and if... Is that valid? I don't know if we have connection error. Oops. Maybe. Okay, why do you hate me? That's so weird. Subscribe to server topic. Maybe we got the wrong topic? Punchbox. I mean, that's fairly... Oh no, the capital P punchbox. Damn it! Capital P punchbox. Somebody said that earlier and they were right. They were correct. They were definitely correct. So it's capital P punchbox. That's what got us. Turn this to lowercase p. Nobody needs capital P. That was one thing we didn't really look closely at. So that's what, you know, hey, that's the whole purpose of a hello world right there. That was the entire purpose of something like, you know, why do you boil it down to its very, very base parts and get the minimum of functionality from start to finish? And the reason is because of shit like that. So now, with this code in here, if I hit it with a number 5, oh, now it's connected. Hit it with a number 5, we get the number 5. Absolute cinema. Okay, so we no longer need the fart box to be plugged into this thing. That'll get kind of dangerous. Take it back over to here. Now, if I give it 55, it's not really going to like that because we're only geared towards one character. So give it 44, deploy that code, inject it, and we get nothing. Good day to you, sir. But if I set it back and I set it to like 2, we get 2. Okay, so that's all working again. Now we can try out our wackadoodle code. Well, that should do it in one line. This is the solenoid skeleton, correct. Let me get rid of any superfluous Arduino windows. Okay, we've got everything we need except for the find dialog. So now I'm going to instead put in the experimental parse int that doesn't use whatever that weird thing is that you guys... Every time I do one of these streams, I do something very basic, and I learn a new function that I've never, ever, ever seen before. I don't know how you guys continually do that. Upload. So we're going to try .parseInt, and then we're going to print whatever deno is. It should come through as an int. We're not really going to see what the type is unless we try to cast it as that, I guess. I could do, like, tell the serial print that it's an integer. That's okay. Let's take a look here. We've done some wacky stuff with serial prints, but I've never had to like parse out the buffer as much. Why is it? Okay, we're all set up. So I'm gonna hit it with 36 and see what it does. I probably could make that into something where I don't have to deploy every single time I put a new number in there. You get nothing. Good day to you, sir. Number 2. Number 1. I get the number 1. Wait a minute. So if it's over the number, if it's over 10, that means that my message size is different. So if message size is greater than 1 or equal to 1, that's what we forgot to do. Greater than or equal to 1. I mean, I could do if message size, because that means if it's a positive value. Delayed note. Never buy a car with shaved door handles and no poppers installed. Oh, God. Wait, how did that happen? You want this car? I can't get into it. All right, so here we are back on serial and setup. So if I give it the shifty 6, yes, yes. So that works now. Now we can actually set it to output on D0. So what I can do, I'll keep the serial print for now. Let's put it inside of one of these, if debug. So parseInt works, supposedly. We'll just put it inside of one of these to be polite. Wait, why is that? Why is there space in there? Okay. And then let's see. So if the message is greater than 1, we do that. And then at the end of that, once we print it out, we are going to actually go in here and we are going to digital write on the output pin that we called some irreverent fucking name. What do we call it? Salt bin. Salt bin. And then we delay. You're not really supposed to use delays, but in this case, it's only going to be a few milliseconds. Delay for, well, deno. Delay deno. Digital write. Salt bin. Oh, wait. Salt bin high. Hello. And then salt bin low. Salt bin. Digital write salt bin. False. No. Low. High and low. And then we're done. I bought a show car. Oh, a show car neon for Kesha Shanti vid. And it had black window. Oh, back window missing and stereo missing. The guy scraped her after front ending it. Oh, I got it without the side door panels and no poppers. So they took the poppers out and then closed the door and walked away without thinking anything was the problem. Leaving you to climb into it. That's some weird behavior. Okay, so what'll happen here is if the message has size, then it'll go through and it'll push the button for that amount of time. There's no scraping or input shaping at all on this. I can do that with Node-RED, but for right now, I'm just going to do this in order to set up our test thing. And if I type like I don't know, penis into the input, it's not going to catch that. So proofread your messages, chat. It helps keeping me from feeling like I am unable to operate with the human language. Dunno times 10? No. This is for delay milliseconds. So we're talking about activating a solenoid here. It's been pretty clean with the message callback. I've not seen anything weird going on with that. So my message is just going to be the number of milliseconds that I want to keep that button pressed. So we'll start with maybe 1 second. Hard resetting via RTS pin. Let's get into this and let's send it 100. Or 1,000 rather. Done. And then deploy it. Now, moment of truth. If I hit this button, nothing happens. God damn it. D0, positive, ground to ground. I hit the button again. The LED comes on. Oh, I need to turn on 12 volts. 12 volts on. Microcontroller exploded. No, it looks okay. There's a lot of heat in that RP2040. Look at that thing. I never got any of that right. I give up. See you later, Kavorka. No, I appreciate you. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Activate. Yeah. Okay. Let's do 800 milliseconds. Deploy. It's like a sudden inrush of 3 amps. Hey, at least our flyback diode isn't killing anything. That's keeping our MOSFETs nice and safe. Okay, so as jazzed as I am that I have a button now that'll do that, let's go back over to here, and I can do a points redeem. I can do a chat message redeem. Let me do 700 or 600 maybe. This stuff, so you boil down the problem, and this stuff is very simple. All we're doing is hitting a switch at a distance, right? And the switch that we're hitting is one of these little motor modules that allows you to control a motor with PWM. One of the things that we have to watch out for is the back EMF from the motor. So we put a big diode in there. It doesn't have to look like this. It could actually be just your normal old motor diode, right? A 1N4007 is a simple motor diode. The code we're getting mostly from examples. The code is mostly from examples, and it is sort of a totem pole of getting on Wi-Fi, getting on MQTT, and then responding to something that happens on MQTT. Wouldn't this be easier using Streamer Bot? Maybe, but we've boiled it down to its component parts to the point where I can have Node-RED flows that do exactly what they want, and I can debug them on a very low level. Streamer Bot I've never used, so I am doing this on my own using APIs and stuff like that. The MQTT handler in Node-RED is pretty good. I've already got, for all the Tasmodal lights and stuff at the stream, the web sockets from OBS and blah, 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 blah. So what I can do, yeah, and Streamer Bot, the redemption part. There's probably something more complicated than I can do. Yeah, if that's like a full streamer control suite, I've never heard of it before. So a lot of the stuff we're doing is just from nothing. Streamer Bot. I got my 130V Reho, 30 volt AC, 10 amp DC. I output to my headphones in series. Listening to your stream. Hey, that's cool. Streamer Bot. Supercharge your live stream. Add an advanced level of interactivity and integration with your streams with Streamer Bot. So are they using the thing where you get in there and, okay, what do we got? Lightweight but powerful, advanced automated first-class integrations, extreme extensibility, custom scripting, speaker bot, Twitch, YouTube, OBS. Well, the YouTube integration might be something that I want to take a look at, but we were just doing it like on a low level. I'm too dumb for this. Yeah. Well, aren't we all? Aren't we all? Stream Deck plugin. Yeah, I mean, it looks like people have already come up with all the stuff that I could do. I don't gotta pay for. Is this thing a pay for thing? We got a bunch of developers. There's a Discord and everything, huh? Crowd control, Elgato Wavelink. It's free. That makes me a little suspicious of it. So there's an API reference here. Sub actions, triggers, C# methods, WebSocket server, HTTP server. Interesting. Yeah, this is a lot. This is a lot for me to take in suddenly. I'll have to take a look at it though, because it looks interesting. What do you do with it? I mean, it's basically just a way to plug stuff into other stuff. It's literally what we've just spent all this time inventing, huh? I might keep my methods, you know, because this is working perfectly well. I need to get into the Google API, and so Google API has a rate limiting through, like, I don't know, cost. So every time you call the API, you have to pay a little bit into your pool. I'm wondering if that'll work for a chatbot or something like StreamerBot, who probably pays Google already for some stuff. I don't know, but if I'm not paying for it, then I don't know. We put a lot of effort and energy into this stuff, and we just got it working. So let me check 600 milliseconds and see if that works with the thing. Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. Okay, so I want to figure out how far this is going to toss it, and then I can give chat control. So actually, let's do the business of giving you guys control would be to bring in, and we're probably going to just give it a 600 millisecond trigger. So the point redeem happens, and then we're going to go to a new switch here, and that's going to be, I guess, punch or emote, but I'll call it punch for right now. So message payload reward name has punch in it, I guess. Capital punch. Probably wouldn't want any online free service controlling motors and whatnot in my vicinity. That's another thing. I don't know. I don't know if that's as you know, it's not that big of a deal to trust that. It's going to be essentially the same thing as the other one. It's going to look a lot very similar to the other one. Yeah, I'm off kilter from that. Let's just kind of like put this into here. Instead of help, that should probably be debug. But anyway, let's take our point redeem. Let's relegate it to another flow. So that it's going to be branch out, and it's going to look for the word punch in there. Punch is going to lead over to setting the message payload. So we're going to do the same steps. And whatever they've got in that message doesn't actually matter. We are just going to set it to... Actually, we're not going to set the message payload. Well, we can set it to the amount of time, I guess. Set it to the amount of time. So that's just going to be, and then we're to the value, JSON, that's just going to be 600. I could set this up as a chat thing so that if it sees a particular emote, I'm going to have to do some like a debug dialog in order to figure that out. So yeah, let's hold on. Let's do this properly. Let's set it to be the actual emote. So if the point redeem, there's no point redeem, actually. We're just chat message in this case. Chat message contains so let's first parse the, let's get a debug on that. Debug over here, off of a chat message. And I'm going to deploy that. And then our debug one, take a look at debug one, and I'll send an emote. And then we get the emote. Event type, chat message, So chat message, and then it contains, let's see, raw event. So that would be, well, we don't have to, I haven't had to drill down to the raw event, have I? I think I have, actually. Yeah, raw event. What do we do here? Raw event message text. Message type text. Badges, we don't care about, no stinking badges. Message type text. Sheer null, counterpoint no. Message object, text, and then it's going to be OBAW. Yeah, so we do it by emote name, because I guess this is the event sub is acting like the IRC thing, and it's not replacing the image. So message text contains this. So there's only one condition here. And if it does that, contains idea, then we're going to replace the message payload. Set message payload to the value JSON 600. Oh, in quotes. Done. That's it. That's all we're doing. And now I have a robot where if you guys put the awe emote, it just hammers away. Yeah, it doesn't care if you're subscribed. I could make it check. I could make it check. So this would be this would be Uncle Phil's filthy unsub message. Disgusting. Ah, it's going away. Turn the debug off. I need that disgusting non-sub message. Ugh. Where is that? Event type. Chat message. Username, oh bother. Username, oh bother. Username, oh bother. Why is it only getting me? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Clear all these. Clear all these and turn this back on. I need a filthy sub to send me a message. Thank you, Phil. Oh my god. Oh my god, I didn't expect all that. So now I can take a look at this one. Username of bother. So username, I guess, is just the channel name. Or no, that's where it's, I don't know, whatever. Broadcaster user ID, broadcaster username, blah, 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 blah. Chatter user login, your uncle. Color, source badges null, badges array. I could look in the badges, but I think there's actually I think there's a subscriber event in here. I think I can find it if I parse through enough. Yeah, it will be in badges, but I think there's one that just is literally like subscriber. Is esports a sub? No. So that's not going to contain it either. All right, turn the debug back on. That's not going to set it off, but it'll give me the data that I need. So this one would be display name, oh bother, raw event of the object, broadcaster user ID, login, username, source. Maybe I do have to use badges. If you got the emote through point redeems through the API. Or sorry, point redeem. Interesting. I don't know how. Is there something in the message that calls that out? Yeah, because you could find badges. That's an array. I guess you could look in the array for broadcast or for subscriber. Hey, Takewind Dragon. I thought there was an object in here that says whether or not they are a subscriber. Null, null. Those are nulls. I would have to look a little closer. And yeah, how would you do it if they unlock it via channel points? I wonder what that looks like in the message. If it, I think there would be, well, no, because you could unlock the emote and then just use it a couple times. What is that going to look like? Yeah, there will have to be more complicated parsing going on here, I guess. But either way, the point is I've taken Node-RED and I've made it trigger something on my desk again. But this time it is a solenoid, and if I set it up right, I could have it attempt to kick one of the emotes away and see how far we get. I think it'll be a pretty gentle lob, though. If I just hold this like this and somebody types an emote, that's not terrible. I think it needs a little bit more oomph than that, though. How else can I set this up so that it pushes it properly? Because, yeah, we're running low on time here. I want to get to other stuff in my day today. I gotta walk my puppy. Because this isn't going to toss it very, very far. Measure the damage zone. I need to put it on something tilted, and I need for the whole thing to be tilted. Yeah, see, it's just like pushing it. Like, it's not gonna. All right, let's check here. That's not enough of an angle. I need like a real angle on it. Electrically, everything is sound. Although if I keep moving it around in the way that I am, it's not going to be that good because these are going to break over there. Anybody want to do the honors? See that? It barely even made it to the end of that. So I don't know how I can get over this. This is just as effective as the other one. Only this one uses 3 amps. Doesn't do a whole lot more. Perhaps I could hook this up to a big capacitor. I don't know if that will trigger it as insanely. I have to put a big cap on those 2 leads right there. It is case sensitive, yeah. It's quite specific on what it needs to see. Ah! And then messages that come in within 600 milliseconds are not going to be, they're going to be dropped. So within a half a second of this thing going off, I'm not going to have anything like carbon dioxide. What? Would this thing be, what do you guys want me to do with this, huh? You want me to hook it up to one of my guns and just point it at myself? Is that what you want? Go higher voltage, it's only on for less than a second. Yeah, I mean, that's the immediate thing that I could probably do. That thing was good to 50 volts, so I'm going to limit it to 28 volts. Anybody want to type an awe emote? See if this will launch a little further. Well, eventually, it's not going to be a magazine. It's going to be more like a hopper. Okay, higher voltage does appear to be a way to... This is almost 30 volts going into this thing. But that is actually the oomph that I wanted. Do I need to charge like a high voltage capacitor in order to... That is actually pretty close to what I was looking for. It's a little bit loud, and I could probably put an O-ring on it or something. Do you have eye protection? I mean, I'm eventually going to point this thing at myself. But that is a pretty substantial little launch there. Oh, I scored a goal. This looks like a bad idea. It's a perfectly fine idea. This thing is rated for 12 volts. I've got it at 30. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to supply it with 30 volts. I mean, I can make it charge a giant capacitor. I don't think that's how that works, though. If I do like a charging circuit, I don't know. I got to think about this one. Yeah, no, this isn't going to damage it at all because it's such a... This thing is rated for 12 volts of continuous use. So if I give it that little bit, it's fine. It's just, where am I going to get 30 volts from? Charge a huge capacitor with a boost circuit, not a buck circuit, a boost circuit. It'd be like one of those camera flashes. I am not going to involve a taser circuit. I wear an insulin pump on my body. I'm not going to work with high voltage. That's not what we're doing. I have worked with taser circuits before for the fire cannon project, and they were a trip. We accidentally put taser voltage into the ground of our festival setup. Lucky for us, the Apple Macintosh, the MacBook Pro, is very well designed, and the taser voltages on ground didn't get all the way into the sensitive parts of the computer. It did reset the computer, though. We had to kind of work around that one after discovering it, going, you know, I don't think this thing is DC. Plus, yeah, this isn't a taser voltage. Is going to be, wow, that was a pretty meaty one. If I can get it to do that, but without the 30 volts, if I could do a capacitor on it, maybe it'll punch it a little harder. But certainly 30 volts is doing very well. I do have a 35 volt power supply, but it's a big deal. And I'd rather not have all that power creation. Plus, we only need it for 600 milliseconds. That is so definitive, though. I mean, that's awesome. That is exactly what I need out of the thing. Because I could, if it's working like this, then I could actually put it on the ground and have it launch it like up and around. You're back on that door popper thing. I've got everything I need sitting right in front of me, guys. My chat is unfortunately fairly slow in many different ways. So if I were slightly more popular, this thing would be going psycho right now. Every 600 milliseconds, the emote would trigger it. So I'll have to try it with a capacitor, and if not, I'll have to see what a door popper is and look at that. But let's see how vertical this can go. Usually I have evil people in chat trying to set these things off in order to harm me. This isn't a very good ramp. Hold on, we gotta find something just a little bit thinner than this. Maybe this. Because yeah, this thing really slaps when it's at 30 volts. How did you injure a streamer 2,000 miles away? You say it got his whole eye, not even part of his eye? You electrocuted somebody remotely? That is beyond awesome. That's great. Unfortunately, the voltage is rather high to get that effect. And again, there's a couple ways that we can deal with that, but for now, it's pretty funny. Yeah, look, don't worry. Hold on, where's my mouse? Hold on. Hold on. I have spares. Yeah, you know, if we keep losing them like this, how could I possibly find them? This thing's getting a little warm. Given that 30 volts. All right, let's see. So I want to see what kind of verticality this thing has. Do it. Do it. I'm letting chat help me, but they're too slow. We might have to... That is... getting there. That's actually very close to what I want. Ah! Emote's gonna end up like glitter. You'll be finding them around your shop for years to come. Yeah, I feel that too. I could just put like silicon rubber stuff on the bottom of this and make it powered off of one of the DeWalt batteries, and then I can hide it behind stuff in my shop and have a very high point reward where you get to throw something around. Shouldn't get warm. Maybe the pin by the power is reversed. There's no polarity. This thing is just a coil, and as such it is a short, and it draws 3 amps. So giving it 27 volts is a lot for the wire. So in 600 millisecond intervals, it is adding quite a bit of heat to this coil. It's not, the wire is geared towards 12 volts, the amount of power that's going to go through it at 12 volts. So we're giving it 27, we're more than doubling the amount of current that's going through that wire. Is that right? I think so. I don't know. There's some equations. You got to do some math to figure it out. But it's no surprise that it's heating up. I just expected it to be a little bit slower. Nobody has taken advantage of what I just set up. This is going to be chaotic. Ah! God, I thought something blew up. That made the hair on my back stand up. That set off a fight or flight response in me. Jeez, I didn't expect it to be so loud, and I expected that nobody, because chat's so quiet. And I set it up to do that. It's like, you set yourself up for this, and then it was more than you expected. That's great. No, this thing works. Ah! Set it. Yeah, the ideal live still works. It's still in the Node-RED flows. I can't believe how comprehensive that robot thing is, though. Just looking at that web page for a little bit, we did stuff kind of on our own. Like, you know, many years ago when I started doing this, especially for Burn the Subs. What the hell, chat? What are you doing? Stop it. But many, many years ago when I set up I need to have more of these queued up. You guys are going to be belligerent little babies and start throwing stuff on the floor. When I set this stuff up, those tools didn't exist. And so we're used to doing stuff on a much lower level than to just get something that automates the entire process. The part that I find appealing about that is that I could set it up so that I get YouTube through that thing. But I don't know if I want another thing to sign up for, you know? We've done pretty well so far, and maybe I could get to know the YouTube API better. The thing is, that company, how do they make money? I guess maybe people probably pay for like more features or something, additional features in it. I don't know. This is so much fun. You know, like, you just make stuff that does cool stuff. That's all I want to do. But that robot thing seems really appealing. And if they're a company that actually makes money, maybe they pay YouTube money to get more API access from their clients. So that would mean that they were able to do the business of getting like YouTube chat. Because that's the thing, is like all of my stuff is on Twitch, and if I move it over to YouTube, or if I activate it on YouTube, I think I run into a problem with the number of like tickets per day that you're able to redeem. Yeah, exactly. It's jacked up. The API is jacked up. I think it mostly has to do with just that system of redeeming. You get like 10,000 points, and you get 10,000 points a day, and each chat message is 100, which is psycho. If I were I might get away with it, but if I were more popular, I wouldn't want to be scraping that. That is getting kind of hot. I don't know. 30 volts into this thing is not maybe a great idea. Maybe not a great idea. Still, it's nice and violent like this. It's great. streamer bot into the input of node red and effectively use both. Maybe. Yeah, running it at 12 volt, but giving it like a mechanical advantage. Would a big capacitor help me? If I had a big capacitor, but it's unable to dump any additional current. So I don't know if that'll work. Actually, I have to find, I only have a handful of these things at this desk. This thing just keeps slapping me with them. I mean, the other way to do it is to have some kind of a resettable mechanism with like a spring. I don't know how that exactly would work. Reduce the time to 300 milliseconds, so half the heat. Capacitor, a capacitor on the wires before the switch could help. It could help, yeah. I don't know if it's going to have the punch. Because it's at 12 volts, so you know, you've got your input voltage at 12 volts. It's going to charge up the big capacitor. Then when the MOSFETs open the circuit, there's going to be an inrush current. And so the inrush current will be handled by the capacitor. That'll very easily supply it. But the capacitor only has 12 volts. And so 3 amps running through this thing is all that it can do. Like, it can't do more amps because there's resistance on it. Is the motor working against the spring when it retracts? Weaker spring. Yeah, that's part of it. I don't know if I'm going to get too much mechanical advantage out of a weaker spring. Yeah, I could change the timing. Hold on. All that heat is in the massive amount of copper that this thing has, so it's going to take a little while to dissipate. I got a couple of 0.45 farad capacitors. No, I got big power supply capacitors that I could throw on this thing. The big power supply capacitor means that I don't need a 3 amp power supply in order to run that. That's all that's going to mean. The stroke is probably still going to be just the same amount of power. Inductors don't have inrush, they have flyback. That's right, they resist it, the inrush. They actually build the magnetic field, and then when you turn them off, they fly back. Yeah, okay. Okay, I just didn't think about t is equal to 0. But the capacitor would help me not have to have a fully amped supply on it. I could have a little trickly voltage kind of thing. I think I'd struggle to find. Yeah, that's still just as low. Right now, it's just a violent emote thrower. We'll have to think about this. I mean, the alternative is get a different solenoid, something that's violent enough. Although, if I did connect this to like a trebuchet, not a trebuchet, but just like a little lever action, so when this thing goes in, it'll kick something upwards, that could give it enough of an advantage. I could just do a moment arm kind of thing. I'll have to think about it. I am not around tomorrow, guys. I'm not going to be here. So we will not have stream. We will continue on either... I mean, there's still stuff to do here. We can design some stuff to 3D print around this to make it a little bit more functional. And we can just keep it on the breadboard for now. 150 milliseconds and 40 volts. Then I need some kind of a flyback circuit. We would need to make a boost circuit that could do 30 volts and a capacitor to store it. So capacitor, boost circuit, 40 volts, and then it would hit that for a couple milliseconds, and this thing has a completely violent reaction to it. That would work. Yeah, would it sound like a disposable camera? Put it up against the mini vise, see how strong it is. It's not that strong. It's not that strong. I can pull the thing apart when it's activated. I can just, well, no, I can't pull it apart because I'm a wiener. I can push it down against the desk and it just releases. $15 for safety goggles. I'm getting prescription safety goggles. I have a prescription insert that goes into glasses that I use for the range day. I'm funding that one on my own. And then I'll have prescription safety squints for whenever we use power tools. So I can actually see what I'm doing. Almost. It almost reset itself. God, that's loud. Jesus. That thing is loud as hell. Wait, what happened? I'm not scrolling properly. Oh no, maybe I am. Ah! This one's going to be violent. Now we could do all kinds of... Oh, good, it missed. We could do all kinds of cute stuff with that. We could do like... somebody suggested putting a conveyor belt so that the next one can like load in horizontally. That would look really fun. That is getting them across the room, by the way. Come on, I dare you. This would actually be fairly effective at Jenga. Shit, I knew that would happen. No, my hand was in the way. Hand was in the way! Try it again. Oh, I don't want you guys to run into R9K mode. That's what I wanted out of this thing. All right. I think we'll break out the Maker Beam for next time, and I can make a little Maker Beam frame for this thing, and we can see if we can figure out some kind of like a hopper situation. I think that's what next one's going to be. A cooldown and a safety lockout? Yeah, well, I'm going to turn it off when I'm done. I've learned that I need to turn these things off after stream, and I think if I can figure out how to do it in Node-RED, I need to put something right here that will deactivate these things when I'm not streaming. Especially subscription's going to be like a careful one that we do. And you know what? I like controlling these. I don't want to just throw like a robot thing at it. Apparently that exists though. Pretty cool. Dog treat feeder was always an idea. We saw Willow today. If you guys are just tuning in, if you're on YouTube or Twitch, you can rewind. And at some point, I brought Willow in to say hi to camera, and she didn't really know what was going on. She's like, why am I looking at the monitors that you're always yelling at? So biggest problem I see with the setup is as soon as Willow comes on cam, chat will start launching emotes across the room. Yeah, and Willow already doesn't like it in here. I don't know why. She used to sleep under the desk in here when I was working. She just doesn't do that anymore. She likes the front door. It's like her TV. She can look out and bark at stuff that's going by, and she gets cool air. The house is a little warm. So I don't know. I wish I could incentivize her to come back down here and actually spend the afternoon with me, but she just doesn't do that anymore. She's all grown up. But anyway, if we did something like that, if I could ever get like a little IP cam for the front door, I could have a dog treat dispenser. But I don't think we're gonna get that far. I don't think we're gonna get that far because I don't want to put cameras anywhere else in the house. So have this shoot dog treats. I don't know about that. My only problem with this right now is the 30 volts that it needs in order to get this thing to snap off properly. You do an audio test for M-Loud high-pitched noise. Well, yeah, so this is a significant clicking noise. And I could put this O-ring on the other side. That would be something that I could do. Oh, it's not, no. She used to spend afternoons in here. And every now and then when she gets in trouble upstairs, she'll come down here and curl up in the bed down here. So it's just a preferential thing. She likes it perfectly fine, and she likes being close, but she doesn't like being at my feet, because if my feet move, she gets mad at them. I don't know what that is, but yeah, so the only way that I can get her to come down here is by picking her up and putting her up in front of the camera. And she doesn't like me yelling at stuff. So anyway, I'm going to be back on Tuesday. Let me just do the end command really fast. way down here to admin and do the end command. And Tuesday is going to be the umpteenth day of the year. 18th. Tuesday, the 18th, I will be back, and we will do more of this because we at least made some... Jesus Christ, that thing is frightening. We made some progress, so one for the road. Yeah, we made some progress. We can make a checker to make sure that people are subscribed for those little incentive to sub to the channel. Like, hey, you can't do that. I could also turn this over to channel points. I just thought it's like, you know, like Tom Thinks has the Dorito, where if you put the Dorito emote, it throws out the Dorito. Like that. That's kind of what I was thinking of this thing existing as, kind of a constant thing where if you type something, it'll throw something at me. And then when the hopper's up, that's it for the stream, I guess. Of course, the hopper never has to end. The hopper never has to end. Look at all of those emotes. I have emotes for days. Yeah, it could be a lesser amount. Look, having like 45 of them in a hopper is totally fine. You know, all those can be redeemed throughout the course of a stream. Because yeah, it's not like I don't have them. It's not like I don't have them. 3D printer, hopper, launcher. Look at that bin. Look at that bin. That is only the top layer, and there's like 4 layers or 5 layers below. Use your ability to see things spatially. Where did oh, I don't have an example. I don't have an example. All right. Anyway, that's it for me. Here's the end command for you guys. And it's here. And yeah, why don't you hook it up to a gun, bother? Why don't you just hook it up to a gun? Why don't you hook it up to a gun, bother? Then you can use a gun magazine. And you can fire a bullet, bother. You can shoot yourself, bother, using chat. Using chat and the power of Node-RED. Why don't you hook it up to a gun? I'll see you guys on Tuesday.